Welcome back to episode 3 of Legends on Legends, where I'm interviewing other content creators and the like, talking about this game that is soon on the way out. Today we have Schwaaard with us. How are you going, man?
I'm doing fantastic, sir. Thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Oh, that's quite alright, my pleasure. Would you like to jump into some gameplay?
Sure.
Sweet. I'll let you jump on. Um, so, what does Schwaaard mean? Where did that come from?
So there was it was a time where I was collecting. Well, I guess I kind of still am, but I'm not buying them anymore. But I was collecting Lord of the Rings replica swords, and
Ah,
I kept talking to people about them because I got so excited. I was, the craftsmanship. I got Orcris was the first one, and after that I was hooked. I was like, I gotta keep buying them. And so but I would be like, oh, I got a new sword. I got a new sword, and for whatever reason, I don't know why, but I got bored with myself saying the word sword the same way all the time. So
yeah.
I just started saying it's my Schwaaard. I'm buying some more Schwaards, and it was just happened to be right around that time that I was also getting into Legends, and so I was like, well, if I write that out, what does that look like? And SCHWAAARD AAA, because awesome.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was about it.
No, awesome. Good stuff.
Yeah.
So, you've been like making around YouTube for quite a while, making stuff, not always on Legends. Do you want to sort of take us through what that journey's kind of been like?
Yeah. So I've always had a love for like theater, for performing, for film and TV and stuff. In fact, my passion or my dream for a long time had been to become a director and writer for for much bigger projects. I got to a point in my life where that wasn't really the direction my life was going. I had graduated. I really hadn't forged any new ground there. So let me see here. What shall I try? Oh, here we go. This is um and yeah, so anyway, long story short, I was out in Colorado. I was trying to figure out what the heck I was going to do, and so I decided, since I wasn't going to be able to go to film school and it wasn't really feasible financially where I was at, that I would just start teaching myself. So the channel started soon after I began making my own videos, or making with a laptop, a Logicam webcam, like a $40 webcam, and really basic editing software, and just again try to teach myself about lighting, learn stuff about audio, which I didn't have I was using the onboard mic, so the audio was crap, but you just kind of learn things as you go. And yeah, I kind of went from there. So I had the channel was up for, as you said, for quite some time, but it wasn't. And I did a bunch of like little sketches, but they didn't really, catch on. It was nothing big. I kind of did it just for myself, but yeah. So I did that, and then when it wasn't until gosh, yeah, till Legends. And so Legends had been out for a while. I'd been watching people like Justin Larson, Charmer. No. Um, and I just been content to watch. I didn't feel like I had to play. But when they went away, when the game went into remission, then it became kind of I wanted to see the game being played, and nobody was really doing it. There were a few people. There were definitely a few people. I don't want to diminish that in any way, but I was just like, okay, I'll start making the content that I want to see. And so it would be that I guess probably, I don't know, 7 or 8 years after I started the channel, just had miscellaneous content on there that, um, gosh, I'm sorry.
No,
It's
no,
really
you're
hard
right.
it's hard to focus gaming and focus at the same time.
It is, yeah.
It's, gosh, where's I at?
Uh,
Oh yeah, yeah. So then I started doing the content myself, and then other people started coming alongside, and it was really, and then just kind of expanded from there. So yeah, so the initially channel was learn how to do filmmaking, kind of just by doing, get a hodgepodge of stuff together, have fun with it, and then eventually, um, so when I started doing Tesla content out of my closet, in fact, that's
wow.
the original videos were shot in my bedroom closet for audio purposes. But I started doing that, and it just kind of took off from there, which was really awesome. It was really nice to see that happen.
Yeah, I mean that's quite a journey to come from making stuff in your closet and trying to learn how to set up a camera and so on to now. I mean, you've got. I think one thing that I really like about what you've been doing is you've got this great focus on community. You know, you do these streams where it's not about what you're doing, you're spectating other players, which I think is really cool because there's not really anyone else doing that, at least to the same extent.
What and two, you know, you've heard that saying, those who can't do teach. I'm not saying I agree with that or disagree with that necessarily, but I think for me it was, I know I'm not the best player. I know I don't have anything to offer necessarily as a, you know, in that regard. I'm not going to wow anybody with my play. The kind of combos that folks like you do and everything, you're not going to see that on my channel. So it was partially because of that, but then also, yeah, it's just I enjoy the conversation. I enjoy communicating with folks, and yeah, it kind of came out organically. Like my favorite part of the game was talking with people and watching people who are actually good at it and to hear what they have to say. And I just remember how trippy. Oh no, no, Vivek, you turd muffin. This is going to be a problem. Alrighty, let's see.
That's what I like to hear.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, that is, oof. All right. Let's see. You know what? Let's try this. So yeah, so it became, I think the channel became more about watching other people play. And I do think it was to the detriment because, you know, there is something compelling about a narrative, whether it's you're trying to if you're trying to get a combo to go off, if you're trying to climb the ladder, people can get on board with that, I think, a little bit more in general than just somebody who's commenting on other people playing, because you know, a lot of people just want to watch a game. They don't necessarily, you know, need a commentary. Okay, well that's, oh no, no, no. Oh, you and your wards. All right. Oh, actually, it doesn't matter. Never mind. I don't know what I'm thinking. All right. Well, this is not going swimmingly. But yeah, and so I know, I'm not trying to divert it, but like especially because you've been doing Legends for several months now, but not not that long. What got you into the game? I'm just curious. We haven't really talked about it, so I'm curious what drew you in. I mean, as it turned out, the late hour, just because of what's happening to it. But were you playing like Magic the Gathering or Yu-Gi-Oh or something like that beforehand?
No. So I've only been making content for 4 months or something, and I've only been playing for about 1.5 to 2 years. I came to Legends because it's an Elder Scrolls game, basically. You know, played Skyrim when it came out or whatever, and so on and so on. But like, there was a time about 1 year ago where I'd moved away from home. I was at university. I didn't have like a desktop computer or anything. I just had this like shitty laptop that I had for uni. And it turns out the only Elder Scrolls game that would run on that laptop was Legends. So I went, well, screw it, I'll give it a go, see what this game's like. And, you know, yeah, I have basically no knowledge of CCGs prior to this, really.
Wow.
But, you know, spent a very long time being pretty bad at the game, to be honest. And then sort of did some more looking into it, came across a couple of YouTube channels, Daryloth, Dr. Monopoly, so on, and got really into it then and spent ages and ages playing it. Man, hang on, what do I want to do here? This. And then just decided, you know, I've been thinking about wanting to make YouTube content since I was like 14. I'm the same as you. I wanted to get into theatre and acting and stuff as well when I was younger, but it's not the sort of thing that you really just. It's not an easy industry to get into, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah.
And doing this sort of stuff was the closest thing. Oh man, that's so annoying.
I planned it that way.
Yeah.
You can't tell me otherwise.
And this was the closest I got, so then started making videos on this, and the rest is history, pretty much.
Okay. Wow. Well, you covered a lot of ground very, very quickly in terms of your progression and your ability to play the game. It seems like you gained traction on it very, very quickly, especially considering you never, that was not your. It's so funny. I don't know that any other card game has ever had its primary draw be quite literally but the game, like by like Skyrim. That's not. I think most games, they get there because people like, they're fans of the gameplay. Oh
no.
Good game.
Oh no.
Arrgh.
Okay. Well, I was trying to do something more interesting, but I guess we'll just do
honestly, seeing Lyris get that many hits in, I think that's pretty interesting. She doesn't get a lot of love these days.
No, I've like thought about putting her in lists, but it's just she basically just has a big sign strapped to her that says "Please use removal." So it's pretty hard to get anywhere with it. Let's do this one. Yeah. So for just sort of going off that, for the people who haven't heard your side of the story. Do you want to talk about how we sort of ran into each other?
Oh yeah. Well, which so okay, a little embarrassing here. So, while I was actually watching you play, and I'm trying to remember how it must have been Denise who gave me who made the initial correspondence, because I was watching you play. And I had no idea. I didn't know you had a channel or anything like that. So I'm watching, and you were playing. I think it was a Battle Mage. It was you said later on it was the first deck you ever built.
Yes.
And so I'm watching this play, and I'm like, I think after a little bit. I mean, you were playing well, but based on the cards you were playing, I was like, I think this might be a new guy. He might just be brand new to Legends, maybe the first week or something like that. Just really has not played the game all that much, because you can see he's playing these cards kind of cobbled together a deck. And then everybody in chat, which at the on that particular stream is there's usually between 15 and 20 people, and almost every single one was like, oh, he's got a channel, he's been doing this for a while, he's great, he does all these crazy combos. Everybody knew who you were, and I felt like a complete idiot because I had no idea. And I think
Nice. Hell yeah.
And so yes, and then it was like, and I think you said, or I think I may have made a comment, I think, about that, and you were like, oh yeah, this is my first deck. I was like, I wish I could remember my first deck, which is the last one I played was about as close as I can remember to what my first deck was. Mm-hmm. And I think it was that day. Then I was like, okay, let me see what else you're doing. I think you were doing an OTK as per usual. No, I think that day you stayed with your first deck, and we checked in a few other times to see if you were going to get a win. And you were getting, I think I saw at least 2 out of 4 wins.
Yeah, that's the really embarrassing thing about that list, is that I've won more games with that one than most of the other decks that I've played. Despite that it's running Shocking Wamasu and Mage's Guild Retreat with 6 actions and so on. But that's okay.
Hey, but you know what? I don't know. To me, it harkens back to a simpler time where there was a level of naivete. You weren't necessarily trying to counter anything. You were just trying to play the game, and it was that's why I don't know. I kind of. Let me see here.
The forest will not suffer your presence.
Okay. I enjoyed the Legends the most, honestly. I mean, there were two phases. One was when I was first. No, that's why you don't stack cards in one lane, folks. That's why you don't do that.
Oh, nice.
Because like every win was it felt like a miracle. Like I wasn't expecting to win. I didn't know the game that well. I fully thought that, I was probably going to lose every game. So when I got away with the win, and it happened more often with, again, a deck you wouldn't necessarily think would do it, it was quite exciting.
You were just talking about stacking lanes, and I didn't listen.
Honestly, I wasn't even thinking about rage at that point. But yes, in retrospect, I was giving you all the information you needed. The leaf flicker. Darn you, leaf flickers.
Yeah, well, because I'm not sure which of us would have friend requested the other initially, because I'd sort of heard your name thrown around in sort of conversations about content creators and so on, but I don't know if I would have gone specifically to friend request you, but then obviously you didn't know who I was either, so I'm not sure how that actually ended up happening in the end, but...
Yeah, I like, did you, do you know Denise or Brave Carriod?
Like vaguely familiar with, we've sort of left comments on each other's videos occasionally, not like on a personal level, but like have occasionally chatted with. And
okay.
There's that.
Then it might have been. I'm trying to
family.
like, because that's usually the for lack of a better term, the usual suspects. Like she's usually the one that kind of connects with people, because I'm an introvert, and it's not that I don't. I love meeting new people, but I don't. Like you were kind of saying, I don't go out of my way to do it, or I don't. It doesn't occur to me to try to do that, to like find a channel and be. And the other thing too is, I would look for content. I would look for new Tesla content, and the videos just never came up. So when I found out and I looked at how many games you'd had and how much you've been doing, I'm like, where the heck was this on my feed? Why isn't this showing up? Like we're one of like 2,000 people in the world still playing this game. How is it that I'm not getting recommendations, for this channel? It was the same thing with Rump and Rufus, and I think the only two people that YouTube recommended were Slyboog and Warganator, and that was it. Like nobody else that I knew was doing it, and even though I would watch their videos, it never populated the feed. So it's a very bizarre thing. But I'm really glad we did. So I'm thinking it might have been like CCD Toker or Body Bag Beezy or somebody else that is just kind of a little more of an outgoing person that was like, oh no, you know what? Maybe did I send you a request? Because I think somebody said like, oh, you reach out. His games are a lot of fun to watch.
It might have been Edmond, actually.
Oh yes, Michael Bailey. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
They've been watching me for quite a while. And yeah, I remember a very, very long time ago they popped into a stream and they were like, "Oh, Schwaard's also streaming today or whatever," and I was like, "I don't know who that is, but okay, I'll take your word for it." But it might have been them that tipped you off to friend request. I'm not sure, but yeah, no, definitely. I mean, it's always been. I'll always see you pop up watching my game, and it's like, right, how do I explain what I'm doing in the simplest terms possible?
Well, you do good. You do a really good job with it. You're oh, you know what? Yeah, I mean, like it's very concise, and I think the only one I didn't fully grasp, honestly, because in retrospect, realizing that I kind of missed it, but was the last one you did. Because I was like, wait, because for some reason in my mind, I can't explain why my brain went here, but it was like, oh, he's going to use Chanter to summon in, out like thinking, who is it? There's the card that there's the Duke Venom Drung or whatever his name is.
Oh, yes.
Like the card, and then the Genius Path Mage where they summon a card based on the magic you have left.
Yeah.
For some reason, I forgot that Chanter doesn't summon actions at that cost. It's that he summons actions at the cost, not people. So I thought for some reason he was like, oh, I'm going to use Chanter, use the guy. Again, can't explain it. Don't understand why.
No,
I understood it after it didn't go. But that was the only one that I was confused on. But that was only because of my brain just wasn't working all that well. So yeah, all the other ones were very, and that was the crazy thing. Every single time you could set your watch to it, you were able to get the comment. And even on that one, you did technically get it to go off. It just, there was a mechanic, or there was a little speed bump in the way that wasn't necessarily noticed. But it was like you could just say, I know he's going to, even though this seems like a ridiculously complex combo that was, had no chance of going off every single time, but like, because I usually stop right around 7 o'clock my time, and you always managed to pull it off while I was watching right before the end of the stream. So it was quite impressive.
Yeah, no, definitely made some pretty painful deck building decisions, but that's okay.
Well, and so let me ask you, really, what prompted you to go from, like, I mean, obviously you still play and everything, but what kind of encouraged you to start looking at the more bizarre combinations of things? What was the impetus for that?
So, like, the very first time I ever, like, engaged with sort of a content creator or whatever about Legends was one of Daraloth's streams I was in, and I'd sent him a list that I'd come up with that was built around Haunted Manor and Spider Lair.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea being that the spiders summoned... the spiders get summoned at the start of your turn, so that means with the mana in play, it's the first creature that you play rather than the second that get the mana buff. And that was, like, I was quite proud of that. That was my little, like, homebrew sort of combo deck. And then when I'd moved into making content, I was sort of like, well, I could make videos on all the meta stuff and all the popular stuff and all the good stuff. But there are plenty of places people can go for that already. And I was more interested in doing stuff that people hadn't seen before. And, I mean, I think most of us who make videos now are at least partly inspired by Justin's work. And it was that sort of, those ridiculous sort of lists. And then it kind of just started spiraling a little to the point where it was like, I want to see just how far I can push the boat out in terms of, making the most ridiculous thing possible happen. And that's kind of where the niche is now, basically. It's not about winning games, it's about, yes, I have proven that theoretically you could empower Wish up to 30 and summon an ancient giant from it at 30 power, or whatever. So yeah, it became a little bit of sort of a combination of stubbornness and just wanting to see just how far you can, like, take what's possible in the game without necessarily being the most competitively viable, so to speak.
Right. Wow. No, that's kind of, I guess it took me by surprise a little bit, just because usually like a Justin Larson, like, he played for a little while. Like, I don't even know, actually, to be honest, I'm not sure how long he went before he kind of made that shift. Oh, that was a misplay. Well, we'll go over here.
I gladly give my life to keep Daggerfall safe.
But yeah, so in my head I had it like, okay, what is it they say, like you can break the rules as soon as you learn what they are. So that's, I guess I was surprised, because when I realized, like, how new you were, but yet how, like, much of a grasp you had on the rules, like how well you could play the game in general. And then, like, because in order to get combos to go off, you have to have, it's not just an easy it's not an easy thing to pull off. So I was very impressed with the fact that you were able to learn the game well enough to be able to do combos like that. And then you just said, okay, you know what? I've learned the rules now. I can do what I want with them, and you do something wholly unique in Legends. Like I am I don't know. Like I said, I'm more of the spectator. There are people like Slyboog and stuff who have a high level of proficiency, and while you qualify for that, I think it is more of a how do I say this? You doing the Justin Larson, the white whale type stuff, where it's you're not, it's not even so much worried about whether or not you can, like you said, not trying to win. You're just trying to just to make something happen, just for the sake of itself, just for the entertainment value of it. And holy cow, so many knives with the throat, just so violent, so mean. Oh, let me ask you while I'm thinking about it. The etymology of your name, I think you said it's a David Bowie song. Is that right?
Yeah, correct. There's a particular song called Station to Station, and there's sort of a recurring line that is the return of the Thin White Duke. And he was sort of, I'm not sure how familiar you are with his work, but he was known for having these sort of personas and characters that he would play when he was performing these songs, and the Thin White Duke was one of them. And it was like that particular song really resonated with me. A lot of the work from that particular time period I'm a really big fan of. And it's also just one of those things, if it was a username I'd been using for things already.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're kind of backing me into a corner here. Yeah.
Oh, the old wabba.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Come on. Something good.
There we go.
I'll take it.
I was gonna say that was kind of a draw right there. It just wasn't great, wasn't the worst.
Yeah, so that's where that came from. Do you want to talk about the lists that you've been playing? I mean, we've seen a battle mage, a warrior, and a daggerfall.
Yep.
What?
So honestly, the first one, like I said, that was the original. As best as I can piece together, like after I talked to you, I kind of was inspired to give that a try. And so, as best as I can recall, that was my very first list that I got to like rank 3 with. So not anything lofty, but it was still, it was still an accomplishment based, with me coming in the first month not knowing what I was doing. And the second one was my big bodies. That's what I call the deck, just big bodies. It's a giant deck. It suffers against early aggro and harsh aggro, but oh no, I forgot about the Wabba. Oh, that could have been gravy, but alas. And I have a lot of fun with that. That actually did pretty well on the ladder. I think we actually ranked up twice with that last season, and it was a lot of fun to play. And I just like saying big bodies. Got some big bodies. It was fun, but obviously it does have. It's like I said, it can lose to quite a few things, and has. But it's good against control. That was the thing. I think, if I remember correctly, I just got tired of losing. Nice! Night Mother!
Thank you.
And this one was a deck that I'm trying to remember whose name is on it. It wasn't one of my creations. Let me see. Which one was that? Because that's the thing, too. Over the course of Covenant Armaments, I don't remember who gave me that one. Usually I credit whoever gave me the deck, so maybe that was no, because I wouldn't have used the enchanter. So I don't remember. But like having done this for a while, a lot of people would be like, "Oh, try this deck." Like when I was playing, because I did try to ladder for the first, for the first part of the deal, and then when I came back, I kind of it's a hybrid. But a lot of people would like try this deck out, and unfortunately for them, they didn't realize that because I'm not great at playing it, it wasn't going to be the best showing for the deck. But I still kept them. I still wanted to show them, to show them off and to give them a look. And then in theory, if they were in chat, they could be like, oh yeah, what you want to try to do is this, or hold out for this particular card because that really is the linchpin. And sometimes I was able to be successful and sometimes not. But so there's a lot of decks in here that aren't mine because more and more I was trying to feature decks that were actually good versus whatever janky nonsense I came with.
Yeah, no, yeah, I mean, yeah, I know the feeling of getting a fair few requests for lists and then not being able to play them because you just don't have experience with that particular thing or whatever.
And now the suggestions you get, because when I would ask, I was like, "What are you running?" Like, well, this is one of the viewers recommended. Do they recommend the deck itself, or did they just say, "Hey, here's a concept. Wouldn't it be cool if this could go off?" And then you have to kind of on the spot put together a deck that you think is going to achieve that in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, it's a mix of things. So, like for example, the one that I did a couple of weeks ago, which was the Ebonheart one with the veteran guys that,
Yes.
you know, you hit them and they pull another card out of the deck or whatever. That one was, I was sent a list by a viewer, and then I sort of tinkered with it because I didn't have certain cards, or there were certain things that I just like don't, you know, I don't think it was the case with this list, but for example, like if someone sends me a list that has Midnight Burial or whatever in it, I will take that out because I don't like Midnight Burial, basically. But yeah, so I that one in particular was a viewer list. A lot of the time, it'll just be a discussion of like, oh, hypothetically, you could pull off this particular OTK or whatever, and then I go away and work out how to make that thing actually happen. And then you know, a lot of them do just come out of my brain somewhere where it's like, Chanter of Akatosh pulls creatures for cost, and Alduin costs 20. What do I have to do to get him there? Sort of thing. So, yeah, it's a mixed bag, definitely. Between sort of requests and suggestions and just discussions of hypotheticals, I guess.
Right. Wow. Well, and that's... I mean, I think that's the ideal, because it is, at least from my perspective. I don't. Again, everybody has their milieu, their what they want to focus on, what they like to do. But I like the kind of the hybrid community / like you're coming up with your stuff, but then people are seeing their ideas also kind of incarnated in what you do. So it's not a level of detachment. You know, it's kind of like it's, you know, able to mix it up, or they're being inspired by what you're doing. And it's causing their brain to create stuff, and then they're like, "Oh, get excited! Try this out." And I remember doing that, you know, from my Justin Larson days. I would watch one of his videos, and it would excite me to see what he was doing, and then I would try to do it, and I would suck at it. I for whatever reason, my version of it that I thought was so amazing and brilliant didn't work as well as his did, and so I would just go back to watching. But I don't know, and I'm pretty sure, because he did a lot of sketches and had a lot of engagement, so he might have done a similar thing, had people suggest stuff. But I like the fact that it's a hybrid with you, that you're doing different, different. You're including them in it, but you're also doing it yourself, with the ideas that catch your fancy. And I think your record has to be pretty darn good at this point, right? Overall,
in terms
of actually pulling it off.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think there might have been one particular one that it just wasn't working. But generally we get there eventually. The particular, like, Wish, Empower, Ancient Giant one, that one took about 15 hours of trying to finally get to work. But, you know, it's the sort of thing where it is theoretically possible. I mean, there are some things where I've sort of thought about doing, and then I've gone, no, that is just, like, not possible within the confines of the game, or whatever. But, yeah, generally anything I try, I will keep trying until I get there one day. But, yeah, there's certainly been some long and arduous ones.
Do you remember? Because I'm just curious, because of how, generally outrageous some of these things have been. Do you remember offhand what one of those decks that you in conception it was a good idea, and then you realized it wasn't really possible?
Oh man, there's one I haven't fully ruled it out yet, but it would be very, very difficult, which is the turn 2 Alduin.
Oh.
The thing with that one, and I think most of the other ones that I've sort of given up on, is that they're the ones that I consider basically impossible are the ones that are dependent on what your opponent does.
Okay.
Because, you know, you're basically saying, right, I need them to, you know, in the case of this particular Alduin list, I need them to break my first rune by turn 2 for this to work. So, you know, you have to have every single star align perfectly for that to happen. And then you also have the usual problem of combo lists of needing the right cards at the right time as well.
Right.
So yeah, generally the ones that I kind of rule out or sort of ignore and as like a, you know, if I run out of any ideas of anything else to do, then I could try this, but those sorts of ones are not particularly realistic
Gotcha.
to actually pull off.
Have you ever seen? I think it's still on. Oh, good gravy. That's a big body right there. That's a big body. Big body. Boy howdy. All right.
I'll fight to my last breath.
Ooh, okay.
There was a a hiking Emmerich. Instead of High King Emmerich, it was just Hiking Emmerich.
Yeah.
And he did some pretty cool videos, but you could tell he actually did. No, stop at the portcullis. No. Oh, that's actually pretty good. You know what though? Yeah.
Reach is ours.
But so like he had to stage it in order to make it work because it like kind of like you're saying, the deck just wasn't going to do it on its own.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so I just didn't know like if before the end, like you would think about like doing something like that where you actually have like some of the for some of the more ridiculous ones have like just do like a casual with somebody and have them essentially trying to help you affect it. Like he did one, it was a Ring of Namira and Mechanical Heart OTK, where the Mechanical Heart his opponent got him down to like minus 50. I don't remember the particulars of it, but he was somehow able to trigger that in spectacular fashion. But the only way it could have been done is that he had somebody on the other side of the board setting it up in such a way, because no opponent would let you do that. So it was a cool thing to watch, but it was a spectacle, just not a functional one.
It's funny you say that. I've done that very specific thing with Mechanical Heart Ring of Namira.
Really?
Yeah, my opponent got me down to, negative 30 or whatever, because they'd been doing the like the Wildfire Dragon combo, where it like kills everything on the board and then gets charged or whatever. And it becomes like a 40 power dragon or whatever. And my opponent hit me with it, and I had both Ring of Namira and Mechanical Heart in play. And then won instantly, which was pretty funny. But yes, no, I fully get that that wasn't even what that list was trying to do, to be honest. I think the opponent just hadn't paid attention to what was going to happen there.
Right.
But I get what you're saying about having your opponent try set it up for you. I think a big thing about the sort of the content that I do and the videos I do and stuff is that a big part of it is like the journey of, we are going to spend 4 hours getting this thing to work, and you're going to watch me and you're going to enjoy it. It's all good and well to, a lot of times these lists I do test against the AI and go, just to make sure that it does actually work. But people don't want to see you, kill the AI with a 40 power Emmerich Warlord or whatever, because the AI is stupid most of the time. So, yeah, I've sort of thought about trying to get someone in, but at the same time, it's like, no, the whole point is proving that, yes, in theory, you could take this list on the ladder and win a game with it.
Right. Which, yeah, and that was just more of a curiosity, not like a suggestion. Like I was just wondering if that was, but like obviously you're able to, as you said, you're able to actually do combos that aren't like you're able to pull off something that I thought could only be done in a oh dear, in a oh, cheeky, very cheeky. Well, that you like that I've only ever seen pulled off in a controlled environment. And who knows? Maybe based on that, maybe he did actually pull it off live, and I just assumed that he wasn't able to. But yeah. So I mean, it's one way of doing things, like you said. I mean, and it's for the spectacle, but it doesn't necessarily. Oh gosh,
Wow.
this hurts so bad. Ah, boy, howdy.
Are there any particular like people you've watched or lists you've watched that are really memorable to you in terms of either the creativity behind the list or just the way it was being played or just like inspiring? Is there anything that sticks out to you?
So wait, you're saying like like any particular deck or
Yeah, just something you know in your time spectating or whatever.
Gotcha.
Were there any that really stood out?
Yeah, so I don't know if you're familiar with Aros.
Yeah.
NPO. His let's see. I guess we'll do that. The fact that he was able to compress the Nixox OTK into Assassin and pull that off almost every time we watch, or I'd say at least, and again, this is what do you call it? Oh boy. Oh my gosh. What the heck? Wow. Oh, wait. No.
Have you got it?
Oh, huh?
Have you got it?
No, I thought I might have, because I could do dragon aspect on that. Oh wait. Oh no, I do.
Oh no.
Oh no. Yeah, because Shadowmere go.
Oh no.
I didn't think I did. Oh my gosh.
Shadowmere
wow.
lethal. Nicely done.
Wow. So yeah, it's anecdotal, but he but every time I watched him, I feel like he was at 70 or 80%. Like at least 7 out of 10 times that I watched, he was winning with it. So the regularity of doing it, and then also being able to rip out endurance from the deck, and doesn't have the genius path mage, a lot of elements that people back in the day thought were crucial to it, and there were so many moving parts. So just seeing somebody do, I guess in essence, like taking a combustion engine and stripping it down to and converting it into like a very simplistic motor driven electric car and have it run with more efficiency was just kind of was very exciting to me, because I hadn't really seen at the time that he was playing that. I hadn't seen a lot of people go back to the well of some of the old stuff. Now since then I started seeing some more Doomcrag, what is it, Doomcrag Warrior, or I can't remember now. But the where it's just use the firebrands and Journey to Sovngarde and stuff. So that one stood out. I mean, there have been so many. Just then there was Inu, or Yukinu is the full name, and when he did, I think it was Unite the Houses with a Singleton. I can't remember which Singleton it was. I think it might have been a Dominion. But just seeing a Unite the Houses with, since then he's done it more often, and I've seen it more often. And so, but that was like the first time I really didn't think a Singleton could pull it off, because you only have one Unite the Houses in it, and so there was just it just seemed like a far-fetched deal, and I think it took him 4 tries and he pulled it off. So those were 2 like things that I remember getting excited about seeing. But honestly, it's almost an embarrassment of riches. There are so many great decks and great players that I've seen. I remember distinctly having moments where I go, "Oh my gosh, he pulled it off! Look at that!" But it's more about the creativity in the moment versus maybe the deck, because as somebody who doesn't build them very well, I think part of the reason for that is that I don't necessarily appreciate or understand what needs to go in them to make them function. So I don't appreciate decks on their own as much as I appreciate seeing how they work in a particular place. So I don't remember a lot of the decks, but I do remember a lot of the moments, and there've just been so many of them. But I mean, same thing when I watch your combos go off, I get that same kind of giddy excitedness, like, oh my gosh, it's gonna happen, guys, it's gonna happen. And it's just so fun to see creativity manifest in a way, in that amount of success, when you have not only RNG, you have what your opponent's doing. When it all comes together, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest strengths of Legends is that there's so many of these sort of bizarre synergies that exist between things, and there's still stuff out there that people haven't thought of, that I haven't thought of, or that Aros hasn't thought of, or whatever, that are just waiting to be discovered. And unfortunately, given the nature of current events, some of those things will go undiscovered. But yeah, the fact that people are still coming up with ideas of new things to do in this game, despite it being almost 8 years old now since open beta, is pretty impressive, especially since more than half of that has been without any new content.
Yeah. It's I think it'll be, because I think they started rolling it out in some form of beta was 2016, but 2017 was the big release. That's when I started playing late in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of a bummer that I think it is kind of taking the game going out of commission for some folks to get like, oh, let me try to get as much as I can out of it. But I mean, I don't fault anybody for that. It's just it is kind of a bummer. Like you said, there's going to be some things. I think we got to a point where whether we generally believed it was true or not, it just seemed like stagnation had set in and there really wasn't going to be anything new to uncover. But then you started seeing more and more people coming up with new things, and I feel like that started to gain momentum, that people were starting to really believe, again, to be a little bit cheesy, they were starting to believe that we could actually forge some new ground, and people were actually coming up with decks that were functional, but not the common, not the meta that we're used to. And then the announcement came, and that seemed to have just sucked all the life out of it once again. But I think, to your point, I think people have proven, people like K Fluffy, like C-City Toker, Denise. There's a lot of like the high end deck builders, just great players in general that are coming up with, that have come up with decks where you're going, wow, that looks on paper, it looks janky as heck, but I can't argue with the 8 out of 10 win ratio, or 6 or 7 out of 10. And so it was wonderful to see, but also kind of sad that people. And that was a bummer, because you weren't there when it happened, I guess. But let me see, hang on, sorry. When the game went into remission, when it first got kind of taken down, we lost a lot of those content providers, and I don't blame them. Oh no! Oh, there it is. Oh wow! I thought that was going to go into like a rage or something. That's I did not expect. Look at you running a conscription with Archer. That's not a thing.
Turning conscription is pretty good, as it turns out.
Yeah. Well, that's impressive. I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all. But I'm impressed. That's something new too. I've never in all my many years, 8 years in this game, I've never seen Archer conscription ever. Did not see that coming. And that's a brilliant use of that other. What's that card that also never gets played?
Lady Sill's Cruelty.
Yes.
Yeah, that one is not a commonly seen card.
That's impressive.
Yeah,
I think the only, and I'm going to include myself in this, which is an embarrassment. But when Lady Seal's Cruelty came out, the only thing really people seemed to try to figure out was how to use that to do a Unstoppable Rage OTK with Archer, because without ramping you usually couldn't do that. But it was a but it was a
we must protect our stronghold.
But yeah, that's as far as it went. Nobody really tried to figure out another way to make that happen, and certainly to trigger into a conscription and still have a crap ton of cards. That is
oh no, I miscalculated. Damn it.
Huh? Oh, you try to do it again, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think the timing is incredibly unfortunate.
Yeah.
You know, as you say, it started to feel like within the last year or two there was being a bit of a resurgence between, you know, lots of new content creators showing up and lots of, you know, people were still coming up with these fresh and creative ideas.
I slay the unworthy.
But yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah.
it was not so.
That was-
Be obeyed.
But I think it is going to go out. Ultimately, it's going to go out on probably the highest note that it could. I think there's probably I don't know. I wonder if, you know, historians in years to come will recognize Tesla as like the little train that, well, I don't know, that could, but like I don't think there's any other game that has been demoted so much, and especially so after so little. I mean, the game's been around for 8 years, but somebody pointed out in my, I think it might have even been Michael Bailey pointed out that the game was only in development for like 2 years. Like they kind of said that it's on its own after a very short amount of time. So the fact that it's held on for 5-6 years beyond that and would have kept going, like there are so many, like nobody that I've talked to is like, yeah, you know, it was about time for it to happen. Like everybody has been, you know, various levels of distraught over it, whether it's just like, man, it really sucks to see it go, to people going like, I'm still in shock, and you know, this is so, you know, it's such a disappointment, and it, like, I'm going through stages of grief over it. I don't know that any other game or any other community has supported a game that long after it has been largely abandoned by, and again, it's no shade on content creators because I understand why they do it, but like when the main thrust of people who are inspiring people kind of said, okay, you know what, it doesn't really make sense to keep playing this anymore, or, you know, without new cards, there's really not much more I feel like I can do with it. To lose that, and as well as the developers going through, and as you probably, you know, discovered, the state that they left it in when they gave us those last cards, you know, the Elliot Guardians and the Midnight Burials, and, you know, in Invade, despite the slight nerf they gave it, it's still a pain in the butt deck to play against. So to overcome all those obstacles and stay relevant for so many people for this long, I think it's an impressive thing. But I mean it doesn't change the fact that it is making a departure, and especially for somebody like you who just kind of started really getting into it, kind of sinking your teeth in. Like I've seen, you know, like again, just like there are some people, and it's again, no shade on that, but there's some people that just, it's like, okay, I'm gonna do, I wouldn't call it minimal effort, but just they don't sink in as much. They just kind of, it's a basic thumbnail. It's just kind of a screenshot of what's going on. But like you were actually, you know, you've been putting together your thumbnails. You have an intro. Like you really got into it and really kind of invested in it, I think, in terms of creativity and time and effort and everything. And then to have it be like, okay, nope. It's like, wait, but I just started. You know, that doesn't seem kosher.
Yeah, it's tricky because, like, on the one hand, yes, it is like it sucks that it's, you know, ending, but there are definitely some days where I go, you know what? If this game was a horse, it would have been put down many years ago. You know. But yes, as you say, it's incredibly unfortunate, both as someone who is, you know, only relatively recently getting into playing the game, let alone trying to start a YouTube channel around it, to have it sort of have the rug pulled out underneath you. So I think a big thing is what you said earlier about your channel, is it's just so many of us were kind of like, well, all these old content creators are gone, but we're going to make the content that we want to see, and people have done that to, you know, great success. Everyone, you know, most of us have kind of found our niche of, you know, whether it's a sort of a community-based channel, or if it's about doing super competitive stuff, or, you know, doing these ridiculous far off meta decks. I think it's incredibly impressive how well people have kind of, taken this quote unquote dead game, it has been for 5 years or whatever, and still managed to make the most out of it, which I think is a massive indication of just how good it really is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's and unique too, because we started on the channel. We started looking, trying to see. Oh dear, we started trying to see like what options there were for us after Tessel, life after Tessel kind of thing, and even we knew it at the time when it first kind of got pushed to the side. We recognized that it was going to be very difficult to. There weren't a whole lot of other options out there that were like this game. Where is my stuffs? Blah 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 blah. There weren't a lot of games out there like this one, and even now that we're doing that, re-engaging that search, we're finding there's you would think there would be clones of it somewhere. There's always clones. There's always stuff like that, and it just doesn't. There's nothing else out there, and it was a disappointment to discover that it. In one way it's flattering, but in another way it's very, because it is unique. But yeah, there's stuff like I started looking at Magic the Gathering Arena, and that's something I was going to ask you. Have you, are you looking to continue on with this, or are you looking to keep playing games, CCGs? Or?
Yeah. So one of my sort of big MOs basically with my channel has been that I'm determined to keep this as an Elder Scrolls channel.
Okay.
So like I'll move on to playing the other games in the series, but I'm not going to be moving on to MTG or something. Because as I said, like I didn't come into this because it's a card game, and I'm like I can build certain types of ridiculous decks pretty well, but I'm certainly not competitive. That's not my strong suit, which is fine. But yeah, no, I'm not really looking. At least for the channel, I will probably try some other, MTG or Marvel Snap or whatever out of curiosity. Maybe do a stream or two on them, but I'm not really looking to be, spending 30, 40, 50 hours a week or whatever that I'm currently doing on these other games that, I'm sure are fun to play, but just really don't capture me in the same way, or I don't really expect them to.
Right.
But like, I fully get that people are trying to find substitutes, and that's completely fair that they are.
But oh no. Oh no.
Let us begin the lesson.
And that's completely fair. And that was something like I still haven't even fully settled on. I'm looking into other things because I'm curious, but it's because it isn't the same thing, and it is more about the community. I think that's more of the impetus for it. Yikes, she's getting to be a big gal. That the more of the impetus is trying to keep that community going versus it being something that I necessarily want to keep going with, because like you said, you're not going to really get something similar. But it is really cool that you are still you're going to keep going with Tesla. So are you thinking like playing Skyrim or?
Yeah, I've been because one can only play Legends for so many hours a day. So often at the end of my streams, I've been doing like a Skyrim playthrough.
Okay.
As sort of just a thing on the side, but I guess ultimately what it means now is that I have to start taking that a bit more seriously and commit a bit more time to it. Because when I started the channel, one thing is that like, while yes, I did very much want to make content on Legends and love doing the stuff I do in this game, you can only get so far playing a game that has, as you say, maybe 2,000 people total. So I always knew that I was probably going to end up at least diversifying my content somewhat. It was just a matter of when rather than if. And basically now, the when is very set in stone.
Right.
I don't want to deal with this.
Oh, I've got a bad feeling about this. Oh, it's a very, very bad feeling. Getting worse. Oh, yeah.
Come on, give me something good. That's not bad.
I don't want to hear that. I don't like when you say things like that.
I smell the stench of the living.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh, hang on, you have lethal hiding over in that shadow lane.
I was going to say, there is another lane.
I may have miscalculated slightly. That's okay. Prophecy.
I mean, I am the guest here. I think it is customary to let me win, right?
Yeah, I'll let you win a couple.
There you go. I appreciate that. Well, that deck is called Friday Miracle because it was like I think in my last climb, my attempt to get into the top 100, I lost. There were like two or maybe even 3 days in a row where we lost 90% of the games. Like my win rate was absolutely horrible. And so I was like, okay, we're at the bottom of the snake. We've been here for 2 days. I'm just going to play a deck that I want to play, which is Expertise. It's one of my favorites, just kind of in general. I don't know why. Giggles. I think Giggles is great. And the Master Binku Babalai and cards like that, I'm a fan of. And so, we made our first, not only did we climb, we actually got out of whatever rank that was on that day. So I called it a Friday Miracle. So apparently it's still doing the miracle thing.
Yeah,
But,
no, absolutely. I was attempting to hit you with the Journey Ring of Namira thing. So,
in that deck?
Yeah. All I was looking for was just the ring. I had everything else I needed in hand, and it had enough magicka.
So wait, explain it to me. What was
Dromethra Reaper is
Yep.
consume a creature, gain when a creature leaves your discard pile, you gain 1 health per creature or whatever.
Right.
So you put that on the board, then you play Journey to Sovngarde and take, 30 creatures out of your discard pile, which gains you 30 health off the Dromethra Reaper, and then Ring of the Mirror turns that into 30 damage to the opponent.
Right. Okay. So yeah. No. Okay. So here's the thing. I had actually heard of that, but like to me, that's because it's really those 3 main cards. Like that's like a railgun, but I've never seen it packaged in a sleigh deck before.
So the reason I'm doing it in a sleigh list is because of the Morag Tong Aspirant, because it has the sleigh summon a Morag Tong Aspirant.
Mm-hmm.
And those, if you have a couple of Brotherhood Sanctuaries in play, those are an amazing way to fill up your discard pile.
Yes.
Because
yes,
they go off a couple of times and all of a sudden you have 6 2/1s on the board, which are going to keep generating more 2/1s that go into the discard pile.
yes. I like I've seen like Flesh Atronach OTK. I've seen what was the card? Spider Daedra. Are you running her?
Okay. No, not in that list.
Oh.
No Spider Daedra.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, there was a gentleman named Matt Oblivion who I watched on Twitch, and he wasn't doing. He was doing, like I said, the Flesh Atronach OTK. So he had 2 or 3 copies of her in the deck for the same reason. But the Aspirant was around at that point, and she was available in the colors, and he didn't play it. So that's why I got excited when you said that. I'm like, oh my gosh, yeah, I never thought about just how, as long as you can get her to go off, and she's not just getting pinged or whatever down. That's like you said, a brilliant way to keep a bunch of little bodies coming into that pile. But you said it was Ring that that was the only piece you were lacking?
Yeah, correct. I had Journey there by the end, and sufficient magicka, but that's alright. Such is the nature of, 2 uniques and 1 combo deck as always.
Well, right, but still, like the big kind of like, not deception, but like the big thing, like I'm looking at these giant bodies you've got on the board. You got a 19 something and then a 24. To me, that I'm like, oh, that's your win condition. You're like, no, that's fine. You could wipe those all out somehow, but I still have my And that's what got me, is the fact that you already had two very formidable game enders on the board, and yet you had something else up your sleeve.
Yeah. Well, it's just effectively using Slay Scout as a form of control, basically. You've got Squished, you've got lots of lethal creatures, you've got lots of stuff that draws you cards from doing that and gains you health and so on. So it's just kind of using the Slay Scout shell, because that obviously works well with Aspirant, to then combine together to make a somewhat viable combo list.
Yeah, no, that was... I mean, obviously, I wouldn't throw a game necessarily, but I mean, like, I was kind of be cool, because I've only seen that combo go off once, and so like, but I think it's a really cool. I mean, I'm guessing you've seen it quite a few times.
Yeah. I've done it a few times. So the funny part about it is that with the way the interaction works, instead of Ring of Namira dealing 30 damage at once, it deals 1 damage 30 times.
Yes.
So you just have to sit there and watch this long ass animation go on while you know you're dead.
Yep.
But yeah, no, it's very satisfying when it does work, and it's more viable than some things I've done. I'll say that much.
Well, and the fact that it's in dual attribute deck versus the 3 attribute deck, I think helps a ton.
Yes, absolutely. I think that lesson took me a little while to learn about doing combo lists in 50 cards rather than 75. Definitely makes them more viable.
Giggles. Darn you, Giggles. You're on the wrong side of history.
You can't defeat me. Speak, citizen.
So not to shift it off of Tesla too much,
No.
just out of curiosity. So have you ultimately kind of given up on the acting, performance arts thing, or is that, I mean, are you seeing that kind of being worked through as you do your channel, or?
Yeah, it's hard to say. New Zealand at the moment is in a pretty poor place economically, so people aren't really prioritizing the sort of the film industry or whatever. And like that's just the nature of how things are in my part of the world at the moment. It's definitely something that I'd love to, it's something I've been passionate about since I was 7 or whatever. But it's one of those things that's requires a lot of different conditions. And when I was at university, I studied film and theatre, but I kind of got to the point where it was like, hang on, I'm never going to get a role in a film because I have a bit of paper that says I studied for 3 years.
Yeah.
That's just not how those things happen. So yeah, it's a shame. It's something I'd like to be able to spend more time on, but it's like, on the one hand, you can put in a lot of work and get nothing out of it. And I've got stuff that I'm passionate about at the moment with, the channel and streaming at the moment and so on, and putting a lot of hours into that. So I don't really feel the need to be doing something else as sort of a creative outlet. Because what about you? Are you kind of the same? Would you look to go back to directing and writing and stuff, or?
Well, I mean, it would be disingenuous. Like, the few things that I actually did get paid to write were not particularly creative things. They were usually corporate in nature.
Yeah.
And I've yet to have really cracked the nut, as it were, with directing. That is something I see. A possibility in the future is something that I would like to do at some point, but not something that, kind of like you, that I don't see it as feasible. But I'm encouraged, at least here in the States, because there has been a decentralization, or there is, I believe, a decentralization happening with quote unquote American Hollywood, and where you're getting more, because the technology is getting cheaper, the barrier of entry is becoming almost negligible. You've got people that have won film festivals with an iPhone. So you're not required to have the editing suite and all the other stuff that Hollywood has had that has made it impossible for other filmmakers to do, to be productive with. And I think there's going to be a renaissance. I think. Oh no. Okay, that is what I want to do. But yeah, so too long don't read that. It's not off the plate. Like there is still a passion for that. I still have stories that I'm working on that I'd like to tell. But similar to you, I understand that. I mean, it's only going to happen at a convergence of time. It requires a convergence of facts. Like you were saying, you can't. It's not like you can just go to law school like you would and become a doctor. You have to. Or not go to law school and become a lawyer. You can't study for it. You're not. The typical ways of being productive or being successful, it does really come down to more who you know.
Yeah.
And just like I said, it's a convergence of being in the right place at the right time, essentially. And I'm not saying that's all it comes down to. A lot of times you have to have talent. You have to have ability as well. But you can have all that and just be sitting at the precipice and nothing happens. So I'm not holding my breath, as they say, but it is something that I think that passion is there for a reason, and there will be a time in the future for that to come out. I just don't know when or how.
Yeah, so much of it is just time and place and like luck, basically. There's a lot of people who would, in theory, be incredibly talented and do really well, but if no one finds them, then no one finds them. I mean, that's kind of the same with like YouTube and stuff as well, is that there's probably a lot of amazing content creators out there that none of us have ever heard of, but because so much of it you're at the whim of an algorithm or whatever, it can be pretty hard to actually take that anywhere.
Yeah. Yep. Now I do have to ask you. I understand this is it's kind of, it probably is a very tired question, so I apologize in advance. But so you're New Zealand.
Yes.
Into film and stuff. Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings.
I mean.
Yes. So unfortunately, I'm a bit too young to have been able to sort of benefit from all of that happening. That was a little bit before my time.
Gotcha.
It is very much, yes, the New Zealand thing of most of it, you can pick just about any New Zealander and they will probably know someone who's been in Lord of the Rings. And, you go for a drive literally anywhere and you look out the window and you go, oh shit, that's the river that the dwarves rode the barrels in, or whatever. You just see that stuff around, basically. Which is a lot of fun. But yes, as far as I mean, they're not, there's the Amazon show or whatever. Yeah. But Lord of the Rings has kind of done its dash mostly.
Yeah.
Come on, give me something good. Perfect.
Every time you say perfect, it just makes me sad.
I mean, I'm banking on a prophecy here, to be fair. So yeah.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I don't know, because you'd mentioned the doors going down the barrel, so, which is the Hobbit trilogy, which for me as it was a huge step down from Lord of the Rings, and Jackson, I remember there was that iconic image of him out on the back lot, he's kind of stooped over, he's got his head in his hands, and I was he just got so, but it was that was it was an eye opener for me to go, okay, here's a guy who has created, was able to orchestrate one of the most incredible cinematic accomplishments ever. Even if you don't like the movies, the amount of coordination and excellence in every aspect of that was just a unique thing. And yet the studio still didn't give him what he needed for the Hobbit trilogy. Even somebody like that, it says, look, if you give me, I want it to be 2 movies, not 3, give me 3 months at least to do my own pre-production instead of just trying to piggyback off of somebody else's. Like, just give me these few things, and at least I can give you something that's going to be serviceable. And they're like, nope, it needs to be 3 movies. You got no extra time. Make it happen. And so that's when I kind of became a little more disillusioned. It's like there's no height that you can reach as a creative person that the money counters or whoever, is pulling the strings behind the scenes isn't going to just go, it doesn't matter. Like, I know you have a lot of success and probably more than I do, but yet I'm going to insist on it being done my way. And then, as a creative, you go, okay, well, I don't want to see it just fall on his face, so I'll give it a try. But it's kind of failed from the start. But I think that was kind of the beginning where we go, okay, this is not like you said, Lord of the Rings has kind of run its course. I think it had some more legs. I think if they could have done the Silmarillion, I think if the Hobbit would have,
Yes.
I think if the Hobbit had been better,
Better,
it would have
yeah.
led into something.
Yeah,
But
I agree with you 100%. Yeah, and I mean, they really struggled even making Lord of the Rings in the first place. There was so much time spent taking it to studios and just no one was interested in it. But he stuck with it and got there eventually, and as you say, regardless of, even if you're not interested in the content, it is a incredibly impressive cinematic achievement.
Yeah. And I guess part of my question when I mentioned Lord of the Rings, I was waiting. I didn't know, as somebody who, like you said, it's really cool to see places, but is it something that has kind of gotten, I don't know, like, are you kind of like, okay, Lord of the Rings, just kind of sick of it? Like, is there that much? It seems like there's a lot of saturation with it, or is it a thing of pride kind of deal?
Yeah, no, I mean, there was especially when the Hobbit movies came out, there was a lot. It was like incredibly in your face. There was a giant statue of Gollum in one of the airports. All of this sort of just like utterly ridiculous stuff going on, and it was like, yeah, okay, guys, we get it. But nowadays it's toned down a lot, and you can, I live not too far from Weta Workshop, which is where they did all of the model making and a lot of the CGI stuff. I used to live about an hour away from the real life Shire.
Oh,
So the actual like exterior set of the Shire. Where, it's these rolling green hills and little hobbit holes and so on. And that stuff's always been, like, yes, it can get a little bit in your face, but it is just so much fun to be, you walk around the Shire and you're like, yeah, Gandalf was smoking a pipe here, It's the sort of stuff where you just don't get anything like it. And because so much of New Zealand, like, there's good New Zealand tourism, but most of it is just about, like, we have, beautiful mountains and nice places to walk and so on, and to have something that's a proper tourist attraction is, in some ways, a refreshing change.
right, yeah.
So, yeah, it's fun, and as I say, you often just accidentally run into something and you go, hang on, that is what I think it is, isn't it? And it's random reference just on the side of the road or whatever, basically. What do I want to do here? Just this, I think. Yeah, so, yeah, there was definitely a period, especially around when the Hobbit came out, that I was a little bit over the top with the promotion and so on, but nowadays it's just like, yeah, no, it's pretty cool that I get to say that I've been to Frodo's house or whatever.
Shoot. Yeah, that's because I mean I've seen that a little bit. Like there's some places like in Virginia where like I used to live where they've shot small stuff. Like DC. They'd be like, oh, this is where they shot like just small movies, but like to have it be at the scale of Lord of the Rings, and to have you have so many locations, and then it's so much more, and like the surrealness of it, and like it's like just nature, like, oh, like you said, that's part of the creek bed, versus it being, oh, here's the highway where that one scene took place in that one movie. It's like, this is, you just walk around and you are immersed in Middle Earth. So that's good to hear that is kind of the attitude and the outlook, for it after even after all this time, that there is still an appreciation and joy at hell, hey, this is this is a thing that was, a triumph that was achieved, and it's not something that people really get sick of.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And as I say, like, it's one of those things where there's at most 2 degrees of separation between you and someone who was involved with the project in some way. Which, is really cool, being able to go, yeah, I've met this person. I saw Peter Jackson walking on the other side of the street one time. He was walking his dog, just like in town or whatever. And it's like, you know what?
Oh
like,
my gosh.
I'm not going to go bother him because he is just a guy living his life or whatever. But like, it's pretty cool that you can just walk around and interact with that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
My dad, many, many years ago, was telling this story. It was not long after The Hobbit had come out. And he had this client come in, and it was this short lady, sort of short, rotund lady with dark curly hair and hairy feet and so on. And she came up to him and she said, I used to be a hobbit back in the day. Did you know? Really? I had no idea. But, for that sort of stuff, it was basically, at the time, if you were living in the city and you looked a bit strange, basically, you were in the film. that was about the requirements for it, pretty much.
Wow. Well, so I guess it's both flattering and maybe not so much. It's kind of like was it like when you see like you see like a role where somebody's kind of like unattractive and you go like, yeah, you got cast in the role, but unfortunately the actual like what did the role description say? Very unattractive looking. So it's it's a blessing and a curse. Like, wow, okay, so I got this role because I'm considered to be ugly. That's fabulous.
Yeah, no, it's definitely swings and roundabouts, I think, with that. But I may have miscalculated slightly. That's all right.
Well, that's right. So, truth be told, I gotta. Let's see.
What have we got? Oh wow.
So, full disclosure, this was supposed to be a Unite deck, but I didn't realize that Gates of Madness triggers all by itself, and so as soon as I played that, I didn't have Unite in my hand, so I can never Unite.
Right. Well, I mean, so, it might pull it. To be fair, you could
could just
the elusive
randomly.
Gates of Madness Unite.
Oh gosh, that was so sad. As soon as I did that, I was like, okay, well, hopefully he'll finish me off because I don't want to have to admit that I'm that boneheaded that I couldn't.
No, that's all right. Yeah.
But...
Yeah. Well, I was trying to Bulgariff, which I mean, you can see how that went.
Well, it was. Yeah, it was.
Sleep. Seems I must stoop to their level.
Oh boy. Perhaps too many. Wow. All right.
Very intimidating, I know. The 05s that are about to abandon me.
I don't. Yeah. Okay. I guess. Yeah.
Wow. Thanks for the help, guys.
That would be a funny. I wish I had actually tried to do it, but there was an idea I had of like trying to take like a game, but like take the voice line, just have the like don't have any music or whatever, add dialogue and sound effects later, but have it be where it's like the characters are saying things that are more reflective of what's happening on the board.
Right.
And so it's a time like that to be like, oh, thank goodness you're here, defenders. Look at what look what's allied against us, and then they vanish the next play. Like son of a
later, bolt. I'm out of here.
Yeah. Like, you cowards. Oh.
Alrighty, good game.
Wow. Well, yeah, but both epic fails on our game plan. I just got lucky with a soul burst that you almost never see played.
I'm a soul burst enjoyer, but then again, that's not usually indicative of the meta. So,
Right. In fact, it might be the exact opposite.
Yeah,
If you like something, chances are it's probably not.
Yeah. Let's take. Where is it? So, what is your plan for once, post shutdown? I mean, you said you were looking at potentially some other games. Have you had any sort of luck with that? Is there anything that you're kind of leaning towards?
Well, as in terms of kind of a more or less direct replacement for Legends, I have become very intrigued by Magic the Gathering because it's like almost not all the cards, but most of the cards have paragraphs, like small paragraphs of text in terms of what the cards do and how they interact. And so I'm rediscovering that same kind of excitement where like with the unknown, where I don't necessarily expect to win, but it's really cool when it actually happens. So it's kind of that it's giving me that experience, but I don't know how long it's going to last because, I think I don't know how to put this in a way that doesn't sound like stupid for Tesla, but like I feel like comparatively speaking, there are some mechanical differences, but in general, I think there's a lot more. Like there are a lot of decks in Magic that are like OTKs and like even on turn 1 or 2 or even 3, like, and it's done in a variety of ways. So I think for me, if I'm mediocre at Legends, I'm going to be mediocre or less at Magic. Like I'm not going to get better because the game is more complicated. So I don't know if it's going to lose its luster after a couple months. So I'm not fully committed to it, but that's kind of what I've been looking to fill that CCG element to a degree. But in general, it's really going to come down to, and I hate to, so I just have to look at financial viability ultimately.
Yeah.
I've been at it for a while. It doesn't really seem to be, something that I continue to do full time. So I'm probably going to be getting a quote unquote real job come New Year, in the new year, barring a miracle. Like if something crazy happens and suddenly, get enough subscribers with monetization and somehow that takes off. I doubt it though. So really I'm having to go, okay, I had a great season of my life where I was able to just play games, which is something, as an adult, you don't really get a chance to do very often.
Yeah.
But I kind of have to come back down from that high and just go, okay, it's time for me to get my hands dirty and then see what happens maybe in the next 2 or 3 years. I think it's, for me, in my perspective, I think 2030 is going to be what I consider to be like a renaissance of sorts, where kind of the stuff that we've been going through for the past almost 10 years now, that I would say, with things like Rings of Power, I mean, from my personal perspective, almost a level of creative bankruptcy.
Yeah.
And seeing a resurgence of that, because, that, I mean, I don't know my history all that great, but I'm pretty sure like Dark Ages preceded the Renaissance. Like you had to go through this dark time, miserable time, and then you had this resurgence of creativity and people just exploding with kind of probably pent up things that they weren't able to pursue for one reason or another. So I think I've got a few years until that happens, and maybe there'll be something that comes along with that. But in general, it's, I guess I would say not really a great big plan. Just kind of, just keep going, run out the year and try to play as much of now I will say that I've scaled back from Tesla a little bit just because I am trying to find, that other game. I am trying to kind of expand into the retro gaming that kind of like you were saying, you got drawn to Tesla for certain reasons, but it wasn't necessarily like the CCG aspect. And so it's like, okay, it's great, but I do want to transition to games. Like I'm more of a retro gamer.
Yeah. Yeah,
I grew up with Mario
seen
Brothers.
some of the stuff that you're doing with these old arcade games and stuff, and it looks great, and it's, I think it's the same thing. I think you'd face a lot of the same advantages of Tesla in the sense that it's not a huge community, but the community that there is would be incredibly passionate about it. Yeah.
And this was in no way, shape, or form my reasoning for going this route, but that is one of the good things about Magic the Gathering. It is, I think at this point, it's like 50 million worldwide players. I mean, that's including paper and everything.
Yeah.
But then I think there's 20 to 30 million who actually play Arena. So the pool is much bigger, and it's been around long enough that I'm not necessarily, concerned about it, getting nuked into extinction. kind of like Tesla has been. So it may very well be. I don't know. It may be something where that would be the first thing that I would have done that actually has a built-in audience to it. But again, I think you have to be good at it, and I'm not. So it's going to be a mixed bag, or it's a mixed. I'm excited to do because kind of like what you said in a way, and I know this may not be thrilling for folks to hear, but I'm kind of that. Like you said, there's those days where you go, okay, screw you, game, kind of deal. So there's a small part of me that just as me, where and I could say, what, I think I'm just done with Tesla content creation at this point, and it wouldn't be a problem. But to have it kind of organically move on, I think it makes that transition a little bit easier. But yeah, I don't really know, to be honest, what'll be next. Edmorn. Oh, Edmorn's asking, I'm missing the interview.
Yeah, I just flicked him a message.
Go check out his channel. Let's see here. Oh gosh, I had a question for you, and I could not. I'm having a hard time remembering here.
Watch yourself now.
Nut bunnies. Sorry about that.
No, you're all right.
It is really hard. I've had people tell me it's very difficult to play a game and talk at the same time. And I knew that was the case, but it's the first time I've actually had to try to do it, and it is most assuredly a bit of a challenge. Oh wait, I've got her. What? Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, sorry. So I lost my train of thought there, but it was. Oh goodness gracious! Goodness gracious me! So again, you mentioned you were you're much younger. Like you weren't around for Lord of the Rings. So when did you get involved with Elder Scrolls? Because that obviously that affinity obviously brought you here, so it's very strong. What games did you start with, and how long ago was it?
Yeah, so Oblivion would have come out when I was 3 or 4. So you're welcome to do the math on where that puts me. So I'd played maybe half an hour of Oblivion on a friend's Xbox or whatever, and then when Skyrim came out, that was when it was actually able to get into it properly. So that's effectively where it started, was with Skyrim, and I don't know about you, it seems to be a fairly common thing with people. If you play Skyrim for like 2 months and then you get sick of it and you go away and don't touch it for another year, and then you come back and play it for another 3 months or whatever. And that was very much the case that had been happening for a while, and then oh man. You know what? Fair enough.
It was funny because I was literally just, if I'm not mistaken, the latest video you did was...
Yeah. Yes, it was.
I saw that top deck.
And it took me like 4 hours of recording to get that to happen twice. For some reason, I could just never pull it off, and you've just top-decked it.
The thing is, I almost screwed it up because, not screwed it up, but because I had an ice storm too, so I thought, okay, I'll just ice storm to wipe the board and survive. I was like, let me just try this rapid shot just to see what I end up pulling, and it pulled the red gear. I was like, okay, well that'll work too.
That'll do it. Yeah. That's very impressive. I was trying to soul shred away your list. I think you might have been talking to Edmond when I first popped it off, but I managed to get one to go off with the Rana.
Oh, okay, that's nefarious.
Yes, that one is a little evil. I do feel bad playing that one sometimes. But it probably ended up getting you closer to finding the red year because I did it. So, joke's on me.
Well, what's that? The whole like when the bad guy says you were the one who made me. It's like yeah, it's you were the one who enabled my nefariousness.
Yeah.
I do remember now as a question. So you seem to be, as best as I can tell from everything I've seen, unlike me, you seem to be a very level-headed fellow. And so I'm wondering, are there any? Has there been in Tesla? Has there been any deck in particular, any way of playing that has gotten under your skin, or are you just pretty much, it's all it's one way or the other. I'm just kind of doing my thing, and it's whatever's cool, or is there something that makes you go grind your teeth and shake your fist to the sky?
Oh, to be honest, I'm not sure where you're getting this idea of level-headedness from. I get incredibly tilted.
Oh, well, geez.
To me, the biggest crime someone can do in their deck building choices is to do something that's just like a copy paste. Everyone's doing it. It's the same, same tech being used over and over again. Those are the lists that bother me the most. I said this the other day, and it was one of those things where I was like, oh, I'm quite proud of how I said that, actually. I would rather lose to Unite than beat Call Dragon. I'd rather play a game that was fun and interesting and not something you see normally than get a win, but it feels hollow because it's just, I've played 10 of these, 10 opponents playing the exact same list today already.
Right.
So, that's obviously, there are some things where it's like, there's that one guy that shuffles lava atronachs into your deck and duplicates them. I can't remember what his name is.
The 3/3.
That one is like, whenever that happens, it's annoying because it's a very good card. But it's like, I see that card played, twice a month, maybe? So while it's annoying to have your opponent, loading up their board with free lava atronachs or whatever, it's not the end of the world because I don't have to keep dealing with it. Whereas when it's Call Dragon, Alien Guardians, A New Era, all of these things that you see multiple times a day, that sort of stuff, it just becomes boring. It sucks the fun out of it.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, like, we are here to play a game to have fun.
Right.
As fun as it is to pull off these combos or to hit legend in 2 days or whatever it is that, any given person is really into, at the end of the day, it's a video game and we're here to have fun. And if what you're doing is making it harder for me to have fun, why would I want to keep playing?
Yeah.
So, there's more than a couple of things that bother me, but it really is just the fact that there's so much stuff that's so overplayed, basically, is the worst thing in my eyes.
Yeah. No, that is a common and to me a very understandable scenario or a complaint or grievance, and especially when we've seen not only that there's a myriad of decks you can take and just make tweaks, just personalize it to some degree, play a card that you like that maybe not be like the ultimate card, but it's it's a set of 3 of just kind of like goofy cards or cards that like, hey, if I can get this to trigger, that'd be great. But we're also seeing, like I said, like people have been incredibly creative with what we have, and so to see people not even trying, it's like that's like I feel like I try to break down the percentages, and at least in my mind, the deck building is at least, I don't know, I want to say at least 40 to 50% of whether or not you can win, whether it's well put together and whether it has a common theme. So you're almost taking half of the challenge and the fun and the creativity out of the game by like your net decking or
Yeah.
what have you. It's like, and how do you feel? Like that's why I did have a little bit of a hard time when people would send me decks. So I'm like, I'll try it. You know, I'd rather give other people the deck code, but I'll try it. But for me, it's more satisfying to win with a card or with a deck that I kind of put together myself. Even if I'm not getting a ton of wins out of it. At least it's, you know, I feel a sense of ownership over it. Yeah, so but that is, I know Joe, I know a lot of people, they just kind of have wearied of the kind of the normal stuff. And as I'm saying that, I'm realizing this is another deck that was given to me by somebody. I believe it's IO. And I'm like, okay, it's more or less a typical sorcerer deck, but like there's nothing janky about it, which I guess may be a bad thing, but kind of a meat and potatoes. My thing is I want stuff that trades. I like having an interaction with the board. I like there being a to and fro. I don't like kind of which is kind of hard to say because obviously, you know, combos, that's kind of what you have to do. But
yeah, no, I'm aware that, you know, people having to watch me play removal on removal on removal is not particularly satisfying, but I kind of justify it in myself by being like, well, I'm not just doing this to get to a Pathanax loop or to Alien Guardians or whatever everyone else is doing. I'm doing this to pull Elduin out of Altar of Despair or whatever it is.
Yes. Oh yeah. No. I just meant like as I was saying, I didn't want it to make it sound like.
No, you're all good.
You know,
I fully appreciate some people's frustration with that, like style of gameplay, and I think there's a place for it, and there's a place for it to not be as well. You know, control Telvanni or control Empire or whatever is pretty rampant. And ultimately, you know, their win condition is that you concede.
Right, yes, yeah.
They don't have a goal in mind. Oh man.
So what were you about to go off?
I think I was looking for one specific card, and I had another one of the ones that draws cards off items, and I only had about 20 cards left, so...
Well, here's the thing. I'm wondering, like, if we can almost do maybe one or two games where it's what I talked about before, where you get one of the decks that is... I mean, and you may not be down with it, and that's totally fine. I'm not like, oh, it's my idea, but I'm like, something like that where... like maybe even if I'm close to winning, or like, I mean, probably not going to be the case, but like kind of a thing where, hey, I've got this really cool combo set up, and we just kind of let the game go so we can actually see something like that. I don't know if they'd be down with that, or because I thought of that as soon as I hit the bolt. I was like, wait a minute, what if he was going to do something really cool?
Yeah. No, but, I mean, it's if you have the patience.
Absolutely.
Then we can tell you what. Let's seeing as it's so fresh. I'm gonna try and get this Elduin conscription chanter thing.
Okay, sweet.
I hope you've got the next 4 hours free though, because this might.
Let's make it happen.
Let's
make it happen.
But yes.
So have you tried it since that day?
Yeah, so I started streaming about an hour and a half before you joined, just because I'm, keeps my schedule or whatever. And once again, got quite close and then someone conceded, so... it's... I do think this game has added about 3 years to my life, roughly. But, take it as it comes.
I'm not going to lie. I mean, it might actually be a good thing for you because that the game is not going long. Because I, for the longest time, had had a nice head of dark, dark hair. And in the past 3 years, I think, or 2 years, actually. No, sorry. 1.5 years. I've lost... I've gained a great deal of gray hair.
Yeah.
I blame this game for that.
Completely reasonable. I don't think I can fault you for that at all. Yeah. At some point I was going to run out of ridiculous stuff to do, probably. Or go insane in the process, so...
Right.
Having an end date might not be the worst thing.
I'm gonna do this just because I figure like if I can get you like
No, that's
get
all right.
a card draw for you.
Yep. No,
Then that might be-
that's completely fine. I'll do that over there.
With our lord.
So if you break a couple of runes, and then I'll just gain the health back. Basically, is my plan.
Right. Okay. Cool. And I shall draw health as well. And there you go. That way, if you wanted to just hit him, you don't give me cards. But let's see.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do this.
Nice. Oh, that's a good. That's a good one.
And I need to do this at some point.
All right. Let's see here. Oh wait, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, you don't have. There we go.
Okay, well, train off that. I am also going to need my board fairly empty when it comes to combo time, but
Okay.
we will cross that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah, I've got a lot of removal options in hand, so that's
Okay, so I've drawn Alduin, so I'm going to need to shuffle him back into the deck, but that's okay, that's doable.
oh, let's see.
Let's heat things up.
So that's what you use Midnight Burial for, essentially. Oh, no, wait. How do you get him back in?
So, Fortress Guard is... it's quite common in Unite decks. You discard a card to summon a Colovian Trooper.
Oh, yes.
And then we use Journey to Sovngarde to then shuffle him back into the list.
Wow.
Which is...
No wonder this has been a challenge to have go off. That's
yeah.
complicated.
Well, I discovered that combo when I was trying to pull Alduin out of Altar of Despair, because obviously you need him to be in the list before you can do that as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I kept just drawing into him, and I was trying to work out ways to, shuffle him back in effectively. And yeah, Fortress Guard is the only, because that list was in mono willpower. And
wow.
Fortress Guard was the only way to put stuff into your discard pile in mono willpower.
We can do this.
I gotcha. Wow.
All right. So, yeah, obviously something like Midnight Burial would be way easier, but Midnight Burial is also an evil card, so...
Yeah.
Your blood
What will we
stands
do
for
here?
Oh, crap. Yeah, we kind of got a backlog there, don't we?
Yeah, it's this. I think I'm gonna have to kill this Ash Berserker because it's drawing me. It's too good at its job.
Right. Well, here, I'll nuke it. I was holding off because I
Okay.
didn't want to...
No, that's all good.
An embarrassment of riches right there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, this is how it goes. It's either something like this, where I've got everything I need in hand, except for, the 2 cards I'm looking for, or whatever. Or I've got 0 cards, and my opponent is about to kill me, so...
Or, I mean, and what really sucks is it's very reasonable if somebody gets, it's been like 6 years since they played a card, and, they're trying to, they want to, they just concede. It's like, you can't expect them to stick around, but at the same time, it's like, come on, man! Like, this is the hardest part of staying alive.
Yeah, no, I can never fault someone for conceding against the stuff I'm doing. Like, obviously it's annoying because I'm trying to do a specific thing, but also I am going to have them playing the game for, God knows how many turns, so... Okay.
Those big bodies are... Darn those big bodies.
Yeah, they're causing me more problems than help at this point.
Right.
So I've just got a handful of cards that I don't want to get rid of.
Oh. Well, how many? One.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay.
Oh, and I'm going to get the... You need to play something to steal the Mania lane back. Because that's going to start causing me problems as well.
Oh, crap. Yeah, I just... Oh, boy.
No, you're all right. Okay, we're going to do this. We'll put Alduin in the discard. And just please don't accidentally play Memory Wraith.
Oh, no. Yeah, no. Not at all. Okay, so if I do this, I think this takes away the... no, it won't actually do anything, but...
That's right. I can damage one of the Leviathans, and that should do it. Yeah, there we go. We'll do this. We will do this. How many cards do I have?
They lack faith.
We're gonna get there, Schwaaard. It's gonna happen.
I believe.
It might not be
cycling through pretty fast.
It might not be today. It might not be tomorrow. But it will probably happen before the game shuts down.
Right? What a send-off. What a send-off. Do you want him to stick, or did you just put him on?
No, yeah, I'm happy for him to stick at the moment, because I'm down to, 7?
Okay.
I do need that Drill Master to survive, because that's a good way to copy cultists.
Okay. Let's see here. Oh, crap, sorry. Let me do that then.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Please give me... Yeah, perfect. We are most of the way there. You can probably take out the Ash Berserker if you've got a Javelin or whatever. Yeah. We'll do that. We'll do
Come on,
that.
rapid shot.
Yeah, I'm pretty much just looking for Conscription and one more Withered Hand Cultist.
Oh, okay.
How many cards am I at? 8. Okay. We'll leave it there.
And you're running 3 copies of each?
Just 2 copies of Conscription, but I've shuffled in Cultists with Galen, and I just duplicated 1 with the Drill Master. So I've got 3 in hand, and there's 4 more in the deck, I think.
Okay.
So we need 4 total, and then Conscription. That's not it.
Observe my technique.
Okay. We've got all of those now. So we're on the hunt for Conscription, and then that's going to be it.
Wow. All
so
right.
we're getting there.
Yeah. So do you need Drill Master
Oh,
anymore?
hang on. No, you can get rid of Drill Master. That's fine. I do actually need to find Journey as well to put Alduin back in the deck. So we will... there's a 1 in 45 chance of finding Journey, and...
I like our odds.
1 in 22 chance of finding Conscription.
Okay, alright.
We'll modify that. And execute it. And
you are brutal to your fort. You're like, man, if you're not a Withered Hand Cultist or Conscription, I hate you.
Yep, pretty much.
All right, call this the most pointless Odoving ever. Definitely lacks something when the flames don't come out.
Yes, it would have been nice if they just played the animation just for fun.
Right.
I've actually got too many of these, so I'm just going to drop 1. And
oh wow, an embarrassment of riches.
Most ineffective rage on the planet, but that's okay.
We're making history here with our least effective stuff. I'm embarrassed. I forgot to premiumize this deck too, so it's not great.
You can either trade or ignore it. Pretty elementary at this point.
Most pointless Bullimir ever.
Oh wow. So we're talking about, you asked me what stuff I really don't like. Are there any particular cards or mechanics or play styles that really bother you?
So unfortunately, it's and I feel very petty saying this because it's like you were kind of like, yeah, there's certain things like in a general sense, and it feels very wholesome. Like I want people to be creative. Mine's a little more not spiteful, but like pointed, I guess. And it's so like Aelid Guardian.
Oh,
I feel like that's just too much of especially in a Telvanni where it can deface experiments and Dark Rebirth and all that kind of stuff. It just gets abused. Midnight Burial, especially because of what it does with the Alduin loop and the Paarthurnax loop.
Mm-hmm.
I think Call Dragon for me personally is a bit is broken. Like if it just called the dragon and it scaled up, that wouldn't be quite as bad. But the fact that it upgrades all your other shouts as well, is just kind of like a real kick in the teeth. And that became a crutch. Like it's one thing. Like if I see that played in a dragon deck, I'm like, okay, at least it's thematic. But when people play it just to get those turn 8 Odahviing or Paarthurnax, it's like, come on, guys.
I think there was one particular list I'd been doing, and as you can expect, it was something that was taking. Oh wow, Syracuse Alpha, very nice.
Yeah.
As you can expect, it was something that was taking an absurdly long amount of time to pull off. And, I was pretty drained. It was 3 hours into playing this deck or whatever. And I came up against Pilfer Monk, which is... Pilfer Monk's not the worst thing in the game, but it can be definitely incredibly annoying. I was like, whatever, Pilfer Monk was losing pretty badly. They had the Thieves Den, they had the Master of Thieves. Keep that alive if you can.
Sorry.
That's all right. I had Crusader's Assault in the hand that I was going to use. That's all good. I'll find another creature.
Okay.
So Pilfer Monk was feeling a little bit drained. Had been playing against some pretty exhausting stuff. They had uninterrupted lethal on board, and then they just pulled a fully activated Call Dragon out of nowhere.
Oh my!
And it was like, why is this in Pilfer Monk? Like,
wow.
What do these two things have in common except for the fact that Call Dragon is A, easy to get, and B, horribly balanced?
Yeah.
But, people got to go for the greed, I guess.
Well, and that's something I came to last night because I was because I've been like anytime I get into something I wouldn't call it obsessive, but I go on a deep dive. So when I got into Legends, I was watching a bunch of videos, I was doing research online trying to figure it out, and I'm kind of doing the same thing with Magic. And so I'm watching videos on like the most broken cards or all these different interesting things that I'm just now getting familiar with. And one of the things I had to come to realize because they went into like the most infamous cheaters in the game, and it's that there are two more than likely two kinds of people who play a game to compete and to kind of either prove to yourself or just to kind of see where you stack up against other people. You genuinely want the best person to win. You hope it's you. You train to be you. You do things to make it you, but it might not be you, and that's okay. You want to win. Especially if you're highly competitive. I understand that, but it's winning isn't everything. It's only winning because you are the best. Whereas there's other people, winning is it. So cheating is fine because all that matters is that you won the game. It doesn't matter if you did it the right way. It doesn't matter if you have to do take any pride in what you're doing. It just matters that you won. And I think that's when we see cards like Call Dragon, it has nothing to do with let me build a wholesome deck. Let me be creative. Let me try to do this. It's I want to win, and whatever cards are going to allow me to win, that's what I want. Even if they're broken, even if I'm abusing it, the win is all that matters. And I don't want to black out a term demonize that, but at the same time I'm like I feel like the nature of competition is to try yourself, to test yourself, and in theory to get better. And so when if somebody is doing it just for the win, it's like you're not getting the growth, you're not getting the diversity that's going to make you a better person. And you also have in the back of your head, the only reason why you won is because you went outside the realm of the rules, or you went and you chose cards that are broken or lazy or what have you, just to get that W. And how hollow is that? So I don't know, but
yeah. And the thing that's bothering me about some of the stuff that I'm seeing on the ladder at the moment is the fact that, like, winning does not matter at all now. The only things you have to gain are the legend card packs.
Right.
Because monthlies you can craft for the equivalent of, 0.2% of a gold coin. Winning, getting lots of packs at the end of the month or whatever, what does that do? You can get 60 of them for no effort at all. Yeah. So unless people are, really want that top 10 card back or that top 10 clout, it's like, why not take this opportunity to do something creative and interesting and play all the ridiculous stuff that you've thought about but gone, no, that's not viable, it's not going to win me games, so I won't do it. But
yeah,
at the end of the day, like, people can play however they want to play, and that's fine.
Right.
But I just think people are kind of missing out, to be honest, on, like, what the most fun parts of this game are.
Yeah. Yep. And that is like, I think it was something that occurred to me, but it was, it had slipped my mind. But that idea that, there really is nothing like somebody like me who was, deep down, I feel like I was just, in some ways I was grinding to get a full set. Like I wanted a full complete set. And then at one point it switched over to premiums. I wanted everything in premium. I wanted everything to be shiny, but that was kind of what I kept anytime I would play, is like to get more gems. And it was just kind of like the same draw of an RPG, where it's like you're just getting stronger, getting better, getting more collection. You're making progress towards a certain goal, and it doesn't necessarily have to be through winning. You just want to get the cool stuff. But like you said, if you're at this point, like, you can get all of that. So even if you were really stressing about being able to do that, it's a non-issue at this point. And yet, people are still, like you said, they're not willing to play stuff just for the fun of it. It has to be for a win. And really, I think at this point we have to understand that there was a tipping point where you had, because it was before, it was like, okay, you have so many players that in order to rank up to get in that top 1,000, you've got to overcome a lot more people because the pool is a lot bigger. And then there was that shifting point where, okay, the amount of people. Oh, I just drew a memory wraith, and I was.
Oh, don't you dare! I've got the conscription, by the way, so I'm just looking for Journey.
For what? Journey. Okay.
Yeah, and 17 cards left.
Oh, jeez.
I told you we'd be here for a while.
I forgot there was that eventuality that at some point, it's got to be. Oh shoot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So go ahead and.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll take the mania lane. And now I've got another conscription. I mean, I guess that technically thins out my deck slightly.
Technically?
Sick. Awesome.
Nom 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 nom. Let's see. I really wish I could get that out of my head. I mean, like, it's one of those things where, like, I was taught when you if you're like, when you're riding a motorcycle, if you see, like, oh, there's a rock in the road, you can get, I can't remember what they call it, but it's essentially it's the inverse fixation, where you're trying to avoid it, but because you're fixated on it, you're subconsciously steering right towards it.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing with the memory wraith. I'm like, don't pull that card, don't pull the card, but I'm like, but it's so easy to just pull, like, but no, don't grab it. What are you doing? Let's see. All right, gonna thin out the.
Sweat. Come on, Journey. No. I'm willing to bet it's gonna be in the last 3 cards.
So wait a minute. Okay, I'm glad we left you 2 runes, because now I'm thinking it could be a situation where, you would actually be decked out before, like, right, the play before you'd actually play it, you're gonna deck out if it's the last card.
Yeah, no, I will keep an eye on that, but I mean, in theory, I could play out all the cultists and the chanter now.
Oh right, yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, that helps because we do that. and that.
Nice. All right.
8 cards left. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you put something in that lane, I'll need to trade into something eventually.
Oh, I can nuke something. You want to?
Yeah, if you could take out, probably leave the Oracle so that I can keep getting the Mania lane.
Yep.
And just take out that guy. Yeah.
Oh, if you want Mania.
Yeah, if you rapid shot Irene. Yeah. You're joking.
Oh my gosh. I think we've discovered why it's been so hard for you. Like, this game is not, it's like stubborn. It's like, nope, not gonna let you get it.
It's very good at not giving me the exact card I'm looking for.
Good, great.
6 cards left. You're not gonna... No, you've got 18. Okay.
Oh geez, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Oh my
6, 7, 8, 9.
I might need you to play out a couple creatures, so I've got a couple of removals in my hand that I haven't been able to use.
There's a plan. There's always a plan.
Perfect. 3 cards left.
Oh my gosh.
This is what it's like, man. This is the average Duke experience.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but like that is asinine. The fact. Okay, so you want me to? I need a big creature in that lane, right? So that you don't draw. Or?
Yes, please. Yes, we don't want to risk drawing 2 cards now.
That would just be the icing on the.
Oh yeah, it's the okay.
Yeah,
There it
there
is.
it is.
Okay, so we're gonna get out. I don't have enough Magicka to do it all this turn, but I can set up for next turn.
Sweet.
Watches over me. We must remain steadfast.
Look at those big bodies.
Okay.
Big bodies coming down. All right. Oh no. Okay, never mind. Okay.
That's all good. I must say, it would be very funny, but also incredibly annoying if you just pulled the red gear right then. Okay, there we go. Chanter, Conscription, Oh my god.
No.
Because of the journey, it shuffled cards back in. I needed the day drop. Man!
Oh my god. Oh wow. Wow. Wait, so what?
So what happened there is because I played Journey, it shuffled a bunch of 2 costs back into the deck. By default, there's not that many available. So that when you play Conscription, it pulls 1, maybe 2 creatures out with Conscriptions. There's still a space for Alduin to be summoned. Mm-hmm. And what happened is there was no room for Alduin. So...
Oh.
This is what it's like.
I mean, how bad is that? Like, even when like you got 2 people with the singular purpose of making this happen, it's still. I remember you saying you needed the deck clear, but I'm like, I guess that's kind of hard if you have to have those creatures on the board. Like, you can't have anything get back from Journey.
Yeah. And because I had Shriveled Mummies in my list as well, even if I'd gotten rid of the Daedroth, it still wouldn't have done anything. Because it's carefully calculated that there are exactly 2 journey targets, normally. Mm-hmm. So you have the 4 cultists, the 1 chanter, the 2 journey targets, and that leaves 1 space for Alduin.
Right.
But because I'd mummified one of my own cards, 40 turns ago or whatever, the Shriveled Mummy gets pulled from Conscription. So even if I'd changed how I'd played that, it still wouldn't have worked.
Wow. That is.
This is what it's like. This is this is just another Wednesday, basically.
Well, you know what? You're figuring out all the different pitfalls to the deck so that eventually, in theory, somehow, at some point, you can pull it off.
I'm going to come up with every possible way to do it wrong, and then... Oh, man.
Oh, geez. I was wondering that, too. I was like, wait, we didn't do anything to screw it up, right? There was no... I didn't even think about the fact you have,
I needed
slots.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, mummifying my own creature was what did it.
Yeah.
Back whenever it was that I'd done that to just get mummify out of my hand.
Probably in the first 5. To be fair, though, I mean, like, that was, what was it? The second to last card was your journey?
It was in the last 3, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I mean that's the other part of it too. Is the longer the game goes on, the more chances there are to have those kind of mistakes happen.
Something goes wrong.
That was about the worst.
Yeah. Well, it's theoretically possible to do on like turn 14 if you drew perfectly.
Right.
But my luck is possibly the worst luck of any human ever to exist. So that doesn't tend to happen, unfortunately.
Oh man.
Goodness me.
Well, I mean, hey, look, I'd be willing to give it one more. I don't know if you're like, hey, you know what? Don't worry about it. But I'd be willing to give it one more try just for posterity if you wanted to give it another go. But just to get the monkey off your back. But I don't know.
All right. Well, the thing is, if I do it now, that means that whenever we wrap up this interview, I don't have to keep doing it for the rest of the day. So
right,
it gives me an excuse to just put it to rest for today. We will try one more time, and hopefully not... Yeah, Don't mummify my own creature.
Yep, no mummification there. Well, yeah, I just, it was my fault. I didn't keep enough creatures on the board.
No, that's all right. No, you're all good. There were a couple of things that went wrong there, I think. Oh, man.
Well, it does make it feel like it's a legitimate challenge, though. It's not just all I got to do is find my pieces. No, you have to find your pieces and play a perfect game in order to set it up correctly.
I don't think it needed to be more challenging than it was, to be honest. But I see what you're saying.
Right, I'm just trying to accentuate the positives.
Yeah. By the way, a few more people in chat now. If anyone has any questions for Schwaaard, feel free to drop them in. But yeah, man. The impossible combos forever.
Yeah. I mean, and you think about it, it's like the odds are there's going to be some way to make it happen. Like over time, you just go, okay, eventually I will be able to come against an opponent where I have the right card draw, they don't. The odds of any deck being able to win out of, I would say, 20. You should be able to get 1 out of 20, I would imagine, just in general. But this is kind of defying that whole thing.
By the way, are you running Journey in your list? I'm just slightly worried about you decking yourself.
Oh,
just
right.
Running out of cards.
Oh, shoot. Well, I will play prudently and try to hold on to stuff. But no, I might have it in here, but I can't remember because I just grabbed a deck at random, thinking, whatever. Do you want me to go ahead and take out the his grove so you don't have the 8/8 on the board?
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, I guess that is a risk, isn't it? Eesh. Okay, well.
That's okay. I do have a lot of draw power available to me, so hopefully I can just sift through quick enough. Yeah, that's fine. I actually don't want to play any of these. I have both Galen and 2 Scar Drill Masters, but no cultists to duplicate.
Darn cultists.
Oh.
They're shifty. They know they're onto it. We're onto them. They're like, oh, if you want us, Tawaka will conceal us.
Okay. Someone's just made the very good point that if I just use Chanter as it was intended, that will at least get stuff out of my deck that I'm trying to get rid of.
Good call. Yeah. All right. I'll get a creature down here.
You can shackle if you want or not. It's...
No, he feels guilty about his shackling ways, and he's given up on it.
Oh, I'm glad he's learned his lesson. No. Alright, we'll just wait there.
All right, let's see.
Edmund said, I just want to give a shout out to Schwaaard and Daryloth, definitely inspired me to stick with this game. And Vincenzo has also said that he wants to give a shout out to Schwaaard as well. So, a lot of appreciation for what you've been doing.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate that.
What you've done for the game as well. And I'd fully agree with all of that as well. Schwaaard the goat. Yep.
That's a weird thing to hear, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just wait there. Ooh, fabricate. Nice. So we both got a bit negative there for a bit. Is there anything that you like particularly appreciate about the game itself? Any cards that you love or any mechanics that you really enjoy playing and are going to miss?
Yeah. So I guess I said expertise was a favorite of mine. Mm-hmm. I don't know why it just appealed to me for some reason. Let me see. Oh gosh, there was definitely another one. Oh gosh. I mean, like, so I was overwhelmed when I first started playing. Like, Pilfer Monk just blew my mind with how fast that to me was like the fastest deck to go from 0 to 60 in like no time at all. It was just ridiculous how fast it could go. But I mean, I would say like the thing I mean, it's been said by a lot of folks as well, but like the artwork, the level of artistry, especially like, you know, looking at a game like Magic, it's like the art's good. I mean, it's fine, but like they you know, went out of their way to make sure that the art was on par with the kind of like graphical stuff that we saw like in Skyrim. Like it's a very high level of artistry. The voiceover lines, I mean, some of them are like, but a lot of them are like, you know, they found somebody who's really good with the voice, and they weren't just phoning that in. And the art, like the artwork, like the premium stuff. Like I know that's a you know, more or less like a gimmicky thing, but it looks really good. So yeah, you just have the general overall aesthetic. I have a great deal of appreciation for the trying to think about like deck wise and cards. I mean, there are just so many cards that I've come to like. I mean, Tazcad and Kano and different cards that can do a great, you know, amount of reach that are still somehow, at least as far as I know, if people told me, that are still balanced. And I guess that's just something else, just in general, CCGs. This is what made me appreciate the ability of people to take this many cards that have such a variety of keywords and of effects and everything, and still have it be fair for the most part. I mean, until that last expansion, there were some tweaks here and there, but overall it was very. I thought it was very well balanced. But yeah, I just enjoy playing. I remember even when I'd get really burned out with a game. I mean, I probably uninstalled it. You know, as the cliche goes, it did happen for me. I've actually probably uninstalled it like 4 times since I started playing, and what kept me going back, but like I would check in a Justin Larson video or something like that would inspire me. I'd go into the game, and the music that plays while you're doing your deck creation, that very subtle, very gentle, that it renewed this feeling of fantasy and of whimsy and of I don't know how else to describe it, but there was just something about it that just made me think about the game in a more favorable way, and it almost single-handedly got me back into it. Just on its own, just sitting there with that music playing, looking at these really cool cards. It was like, I can't stay mad at you. It was just kind of one of those things.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
So yeah, it was. I'd say overall, there was just the overall presentation and the way that what they did with the game. But there's plenty of cards. There's so many to name. But yeah. But I think the main mechanic that I gravitated towards was expertise. I love dragons, archer dragons in particular, just because it was very Skyrim, and since that's the only real exposure I've had to Elder Scrolls, that is kind of my. It feels the most Elder Scrolly, for lack of a better word.
Yeah. I might get you to kill off this chanter, if that's okay, because I've got some actions in hand, but I don't want to accidentally put the cultists on the board. I kind of need them in hand.
Right. Okay. Do you want me to kill anything else off?
Much for muchness at this point.
Okay. I almost played Night Mother, which I realized would have been also possibly horrible.
That could have been a bit difficult to deal with.
Yeah. And what about you? In terms of your, things that resonated with the game very much, or what, once you started, what was it that kept drawing you back into it? And same kind of thing about the type of cards, like a favorite.
Yeah, so, as I said, I started a couple of years ago, and then I stopped for about, 3-4 months, because I'm, as I say, not a CCG player, didn't really know what I was doing, so just kind of, considered it a fun little experiment and then ignored it. But then, for some reason, I decided to come back to it. And, obviously very glad I did, and started sort of moving towards the more gimmicky combo stuff. My favourite card in the game is Spider Lair. The 7-cost support that summons a random spider at the start of your turn.
Yeah.
I have won far too many games off of the back of that card for it to be,
no kidding.
Even reasonable. And, I came up with this combo deck that mid-rangey sort of combo deck that used it and was really successful for a while. Yeah, I just think it's such a stupid little card that, people don't generally rank it as a particularly powerful card, which I think is generally fair, but I also think it is slept on a little bit. Because you can do some pretty... you can do some good combos with it. I've got a couple of copies in that Bulgraf list that I was doing earlier, because, you want creatures on the board for Bulgraf to work anyway. And you're constantly generating these little things that have both utility and just our bodies on the board. Spider Lair has always been my favourite card. And yeah, I just love being able to push the game as far as it can go and just see what the most ridiculous things one can do are. And it's stuff like this is so incredibly painful to do. I mean, as you've now had experience with, it's not a lot of fun sitting here waiting for the perfect card to show up.
Yeah.
But when it works, it is incredibly satisfying. I've got a cultist in hand, so we're going to drop a couple of these.
Alright, let's see. I'm trying to think if I've got a card. Well, put a card down there that...
Okay. No, that's the wrong one. There we go. Okay. Looking for Chanter. I've got 2 cultists in hand, and there's 5 or 6 in the deck. So in theory, we're almost there.
Oh no, don't pass it. I believe.
How many cards is this going to draw?
Now,
me?
how did you end up playing? What was do you remember the deck that got you into Spider Lair? Because I mean, like you were saying, that's not a card people typically play. So it's even Justin Larson, I don't think played it all that much. Like, what made you find that and go, oh hey, this is actually pretty dope?
Yeah, so I was building a Hlalu list and had put it in for just the hell of it, basically. And had Haunted Manor in that list as well, because it was the only Hlalu card I owned. Well, I mean, apart from the one that was Tamriel Collection. But apart from that, Haunted Manor was the only Hlalu card I had, and at some point I just accidentally got both of them in play at the same time. So, and then, started discovering this combo of the mana buff gets put automatically onto whatever you like. Yeah, I can do... No, I'm just going to wait. And then went, oh, that's pretty fun. And then I kept finding weird use cases for Spider Lair, and it kept winning me games as well. Just the amount of times the 1/1 guard, or the shackle, or the lethal, or whatever it may be, it keeps being, sometimes you just need that one little extra push to get you across the line for winning games.
Mm-hmm.
And the spiders kept being that little extra push that I needed. So we're in the exact same boat we were last time, where I need to find Journey.
Okay. All right.
So I've got everything else in hand. So.
Wow, that's. I mean, because you have so many moving pieces, that's good. You've got them. Oh boy. I'm trying to think if there's any other.
I haven't mummified any of my own creatures, so we don't have to worry about that. Oh, but I do have Colovian troopers.
So we just
that might be okay, right? Okay. I'm gonna pay very careful attention to my discard pile, but currently it's fine.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh well. Let's see. We've got.
You have met your end.
26 cards left. It's
Right.
gotta
It's
be.
gotta be there, right? Oh, I shouldn't have done that actually. Oh well. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cheat a little bit, and I don't have it. I was gonna say I'm gonna send the list in chat and get someone to check if there's any more conscription targets, but I don't actually have the list here. Okay, there's Journey.
No. Okay.
So I need to kill
Place for a midnight stroll.
everything here.
Perfect.
And then play these.
Big body.
Okay.
Big body.
All things going to plan, this should be it.
All right.
It just depends if there's any more toe drops, which I can't for the life of me remember.
I'm gonna play these just because if there's an Alduin, I want it to nuke. I want it to actually
No,
do
please.
something.
Yeah, go for it. Right. We do this. I have to wait one more turn because I just haven't ramped enough, but.
All right.
Come on. Come on. Yes!
Yes. Almost though. There were two. I saw the two.
Yeah.
That
Perfectly calculated.
right.
What?
Wow, nicely done. Nicely done. And
Wow.
it's an almost one-turn kill. Oh no, there you go. Nice. Excellent. Well done. But yeah,
Man.
I mean,
That was soul sucking.
right?
I mean, thank you for providing the opportunity for that to happen. I genuinely don't know if I'm going to be able to pull that off against a real person.
That would, you would, like you said, if you could do it on turn 14, you just have to have that. But the problem is with a real person, it's that perfect draw, but then also that they're not aggro or they're not going to kill you. So it's.
Or like what happened when you were watching where they played Tinkering and reduced Alduin's cost.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. The amount of ways that your opponent can inadvertently screw you over and that you can inadvertently screw yourself over, make that a minefield.
Yeah. Man.
Well, it's technically been done now.
Yes. I've finally ticked that box. Maybe I'll try again at some point, but it means I don't have to play it anymore today. So.
Right. Be free.
That's a relief at least. Man. Ugh.
Wow. Yeah, you chose a very difficult. I don't know if did you realize? I'm guessing it didn't necessarily occur to you at the time just how hard, how many gears and cogs would have to mesh together to make that one work.
I was aware that it was going to be complicated. It's really just a lot of it really comes down to luck. It could be the sort of thing where I got it the first time I tried it,
Right.
or it could have been, what has happened where it's taken. 6 hours of attempts total so far, plus a very carefully curated match against an opponent who's trying to help me do it. So,
When you put it like that,
all in all, I would say it should be the new meta, and you could absolutely hit top 10 Legend within a week playing that list.
oh, absolutely,
100%.
Absolutely. No, that's. Well, you know what you do, and this is kind of to your point. You were talking about like people not playing original decks, and I will say that was the only kind of downside about having content creators. And I noticed it. I only thought of it again because of Magic, where I was up against this ridiculous OTK. It was literally a 2-card OTK on turn 5.
Wow.
And it was kind of a Ring of Namira deal where it's a 1 creature card. It's like a 4/4 or something like that. And then there's a 4/3 Serpent, and essentially one of them does damage. One of them gains health every time you do damage, and one of them does damage every time you gain health. And so all you have to do is play those 2 cards, and you're done.
Yeah.
And it's an OTK at turn 5. And I was like, where the heck? So I was looking up. I was just trying to find people playing the game, and sure enough, I find somebody who streamed that exact deck 2 days before. And I'm like,
Right.
that is only a downside. So as much as streamers can birth creativity and encourage people, it can also be the adverse effect where it creates people who are just cloning what they see done. And so you just see like this deluge of the exact same kind of deck because they saw somebody do it and they're like, oh, I want to do that too. So I was going to say, to your point, you could screw the system by finding like playing that deck until you finally do get it beat, posting the video and being like, awesome deck, like breaks the meta and make it look like you got it in your first try. And then everybody tries the deck and it just blows the meta up because everybody's like, I don't understand. Why can't I get this to go off? He did it so easily. Turn 14, it was done. What the heck?
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, one of my things has always been that I don't record videos of lists I wouldn't want to play against. Like I'll never do a video on a Call Dragon list because I don't like playing against that. And as you say, I'm aware that I'm not the biggest content creator for Legends by any means, but I am aware that people do take the lists that I make videos on and attempt them for themselves or whatever, and I don't want to be fostering Call Dragon, Alien Guardians, Pathnax looping any more than that stuff's already prominent enough. So obviously, yes, anyone with any sort of sanity to them is not going to be playing Elder Enchanter Conscription. But, there are some videos that I've done and people have gone, yeah, I actually played this and it was a lot of fun or whatever. Which is obviously great to hear. I love to hear that my ideas are being used or that they go, oh, I took this and modified it and so on.
Yeah.
But yes, I think there are a fair few that people are quite happy to stay quite far away from, having watched me suffer with them for hours on end.
Right. Well, and those are probably the two biggest things you can do as a creator in general, and I would say specifically for Legends at least. But like to have somebody say, like they were so inspired by what they saw you build that they tried it themselves, or even if they added onto it, it meant that they kind of unofficial partnership or collaboration with you in that you provided a chunk of it, and then they made their adjustments. Like I feel like the inspiration to that level is probably the highest thing you can do in this game is inspire people to play and to try.
It's the biggest compliment that I can get is from a viewer or whatever is saying, yeah, I took this list and I either played it for myself and had a lot of fun, or I took it and I made a version of it and it was really good or whatever. Like that's always the best thing that I could possibly hear, is that your ideas are appreciated or whatever. And I mean that's that's not a particularly profound thing to say. That is kind of the nature of being human, but like still it's very cool when you get to say, I made this list and now people are playing it, basically.
Yeah. Well, and I think too, because as I'm sure, as from pursuing film and that kind of thing, like creativity so many times is such a subjective thing.
Oh yeah.
That it's very nice to have something where it's creative, but yet the results are objective. Like, you say, hey, this deck did really well. It's something I did creatively, but actually has a more or less objective value to it. Whereas everything else is kind of like, well, I found it funny. Well, I didn't like it. You can't argue if the deck does well. It's something you created that performs at a high level. Then you get the best of both worlds. You get to be creative and you get to say, and have people tell you what you did is objectively good and interesting.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, 50% of the work is making an interesting YouTube video, and the other 50% is making a deck that's worth making a video on.
Right.
Sometimes I'll try something or there's been quite a few times where I've recorded, the weekly events or whatever, and I'll record them and they'll go horribly, and I just go, I can't make a video on this. This is not worth showing to people at all. It's neither entertaining nor good.
Well, there is a nice mix. Like, so I think a lot, and I'm not going to say all people, but a lot of people, I think, for my channel, that the gravitation was, again, because it's not high level, a lot of it was kind of like the everyman. Like, I'm the guy, the average Joe who, pretty much gets the raw end of the deal most of the time in a game. And there's something that it's not like people like to watch me suffer, but they do like to see, okay, yeah, other people who play this, get screwed over by the top deck or whatever else. So I think if you've got that mix where they see, the decks function at a high level and they see your successes, but then whether you make it at a montage and maybe it's a shorter video or something, but they actually see, okay, and here's, for all the, for the 20 decks that I've made that are amazing and people love, here's all the work that goes into behind the scenes, and you don't see all the decks that don't make the cut, but here's kind of an idea where people see that they can appreciate your work, but they also see, okay, it's not necessarily like if I'm not making a gangbuster deck right out of the jump, neither did he. He had 4 duds before he got to one that actually worked out well. Oh. So it's another form of encouragement, I think, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's, the Alduin Red Year video that just came out last night. Go watch it on YouTube. My YouTube channel's linked on the Twitch page. Like that, Alduin, not Alduin, Encano Red Year. That's like a very well-known combo. People have been doing it for years. And just the fact that it took so long for me to pull off is still bizarre to me, because compared to some of the other stuff I do, it's incredible. It seems, incredibly tame, but it gives people a realistic idea of, if you want to do these ridiculous combos, even the most obvious and popular ones can be quite difficult.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was the main hiccup? Was it just drawing Red Year, or was it keeping Encano on the board, or what was the main?
So yeah, main issues. I was trying to do it in one turn, so play Encano and Red Year on the same turn, just so that I didn't have to worry about removal or whatever. And the two biggest problems were, as you say, not drawing one of the two pieces or concession. There's there's like half a dozen of the games in that video end in my opponent conceding because they just get sick of playing against control Daggerfall, basically.
Right.
But yeah.
But you were ramped up at that point. Like, so, like, how fast could you? What you need? What? You need 18. Is it?
18, but I do also run the Mages Guild Recruit to reduce the cost of red year.
Right.
So
okay.
you could get it, theoretically, you could get it down to a 12 Magicka combo, which, does open up the option of playing it in Battle Mage rather than Daggerfall. But then you have to draw even more perfectly, and you could spend the whole game with 2 recruits, Encano and the red year in hand, and you're just trying to dig for the third one, or whatever. So, there's... you can definitely modify it, but I think ultimately at the end of the day, I think it's the sort of combo that you put Encano and red year in a list together, and if it happens, great. I don't think it's the sort of thing that one should really try build a list around.
Right, it's like a win conditions tucked away in the deck, but not a focus.
Yeah, exactly. It's like every singleton list that I've built that has both blue and red in it has both Encano and the red year, and maybe at some point you live the dream of pulling both of them off Siege or whatever, but.
Oh wow! Yeah, awesome.
it's not your end goal. It's not the only thing you're trying to do. Whereas the list that I had, that I'd just done the video on, it was very specifically, we play Encano and the red year, or we lose.
Well, you just made me think. I mean, that should be your next one, is getting Encano red year off of. Siege. Listen, man, well, to be fair, the thing is, that wouldn't even... Well, no, actually, you'd have to do it both creatureless and actionless. Right. With the exception of Encano, red year, and Siege. So you'd be relying on supports and, like, mobilize items. And you wouldn't be able to draw either one, because I don't think there's a way to. Oh no,
no,
yeah.
Well,
you wouldn't have
not in Battle Mage, which would be the theoretically easiest to do because it's got the least cards.
Yeah.
Yes, well, I have thought about it, but I've got a list of other things I want to try before I go that far down the rabbit hole.
Right. No, that would be, it would be. And do we know it goes creature and then action?
Yes, action's the last thing that's pulled. So yeah, theoretically it does 100% work, but it's just
right.
Theory's all well and good, but I've spent probably 60 hours of my life this year chasing theories. So
well, let me tell you, as somebody who effortlessly pulled off the Encano,
yes.
Let me just say that really it's just about believing in yourself and never doubting yourself for a minute. That's really what it comes down to. So just take that advice, put it in your back pocket, and you'll be great.
Yes, I've really got the opportunity to learn from the master here, so I should keep that in mind.
Oh man.
Oh jeez.
I think Enu probably felt about the same way, because when I tried, he gave me his list for the Unite.
Yeah.
And we watched him 4, 5, 6 tries, and he get it, and he gets it a lot. Like, he is probably one of the highest Unite success rates that I've seen. But he gave me the list, and I was like, all right, screw it, I'll just try it today. And just as a stream, and it ended up going off. And again, it's more to the construction of the deck and how many options it gives you to pull it off. But he just kind of gave me like a ... just not terribly. He's like, well, nicely done. That just completely showed me up. Like, no, but you do it a lot more than but you're oh, come on, man. But,
yes.
What are the odds?
Yeah, I mean, well, especially with something like Unite, the deck building is most of the work, and the deck building 70% of the work. Drawing the right cards at the right time is 30% or whatever. So. Right.
Hey, I had to drag the mouse and pull the cards out. Okay, I get at least 1% of that.
Okay, you can have 1%, but
there we go.
Bear in mind that's the same 1% that the Call Dragon players get. So.
Okay, that hurt. That hurt. You just equated me to the. Oh, jeez.
Oh man. Yeah, it's It's a shame that the game's ending. There are definitely some days where I go, you know what, I don't mind too much.
Yeah. Well, especially if it opens up, and I meant to ask you as well, and this would be also, I mean, for me, but also your viewers, like, is there, because I mean, you already talked about like you were going to keep the channel as, and that you already kind of do play, other games are like you in Skyrim and stuff after. Is there something that you're like excited about to like delve into when you're, cause I'm guessing, are you pretty much generally planning to keep this going until the end, or do you think you might just go, okay, I'll call it at, at the start of the new year or something?
Oh, no, I'm 100% playing Legends up until the last minute. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep, still got a long list of things that I want to get done before then. Many, many more ridiculous ideas, and I generally come up with them faster than I can put videos out. So
no kidding.
I'm not at any risk. I'm not at any risk of running out anytime soon.
Oh, fantastic. Well, that is good. That is good to hear. That is fantastic. And I don't know how I don't know if it's, they say, as you get older, your eyesight gets more rigid, and that, the flexibility that allows you to adjust between, focus between near and far kind of goes away. So you need reading glasses. I do wonder if there is something, that mental rigidity as you start getting like, to be my age. I'm not trying to blame it on that, but I do wonder, because I'm like, the amount of creativity you have, and that I've seen in other people, like, again, hear from Vincenzo, and there's so many people where it's like they're coming up with new things, different ways to do things. And I'm like, what am I missing? Like, I used to be a creative guy. I used to be, had a wild imagination. And I'm like, what is it? Is it just, I haven't cultivated that, or what? Cause I look at it and I go, I can't think of a new thing to do. And then I see somebody do it. And I'm like, well, dang it. And that never occurred to me. It could just be a different form of creativity, or maybe it is just, so I'm not saying, oh, you're creative because you're young. I'm just wondering, like, I'm like, where's my spark? Where's that me going? And maybe it's just because I do, similar to you, I used to come up with, creative deck things, but they would be the biggest turd in the world. Like, there was just no way. And then I'd show the deck to somebody, and they go, you have to take this card, this card, this card, this card, and swatch it with this. I'm like, that's my combo. And they're like, no, it's not. I mean, it technically was, but they're like, it's not going to work. You can't do that. You don't have enough draw. You don't have enough this. So I think it is a special kind of creativity that allows you to pursue it, but with a higher level of functionality, higher percentage of success. Whereas anybody can put together a deck and go, this should work, but there's so many things that do have to interact and work out in order to make it remotely possible that I think maybe that I'm just thinking out loud, that might have squelched it, where I'm just like, okay, I came up with a lot of cool stuff or things that I thought were cool, but they never worked out the way I thought they would. So, but that just gives me a greater appreciation, because a lot of people I talk to, it's very bizarre. They'll recognize that, like an athlete can be talented. Somebody who is got, an idyllic memory is talented, or, is gifted, but yet they don't necessarily understand that they themselves may be considered to other people talented or gifted, because they can either build or play at a very high level. Like, there is a level of cognition that you have to have, and a very specific way of thinking about things and numbers and relationships in order to be good at this game. And so it's interesting to me how many people just go, no, I'm just, anybody can be good. I'm like, no, that's what people, if somebody is a great singer, they say, well, everybody can sing, right? I mean, all you do is open your mouth and the words come out. It's like, no, like that is a talent. Not everybody can do that. And even people who can do it, not everybody can do it that well. So it's, just acknowledge that you're talented, and, in this type of arena, for sure. And, I'm not, that wasn't a rebuke or anything.
No, you're all right.
There is a legitimate talent to it that not everybody has. And it's, but you want to, that's what makes it more exciting to see, because you're seeing something that, not everybody could do. And I don't even know how small the percentage is, but maybe it is only 10 million people, but in a world of billions, that's still a small number.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, I don't know. I think it's interesting to hear different people's perspectives on stuff like that, because, like, some people will go, oh, you could, and I kind of do somewhat agree with this to some extent, is that anyone can hit legend. The biggest thing is how much time you're willing to invest, but the question is, how efficiently can you hit legend? Because, ultimately, you like, statistically speaking, if you play enough hours a month, you are going to get there. But there's a big difference between the person who's, you know, crawling up, you know, one rank a week or whatever to get there, and the person who's already in the top 50 by the second day or whatever. So
Yes.
I think, you know, the relevance of, I guess, you know, the talent or skill you're talking about is very dependent on what your goal is as well. Because I think, you know, I think with enough practice and enough exposure to deck building and sort of learning about the approaches, anyone can build a list that has more than a 50% win rate. It's just a matter of not everyone can build the list with the 90% win rate.
Right.
So I think, you know, there's sort of a middle ground in there somewhere that, you know, people could probably, you know, there's room for improvement, but there's also a space where you really do, as you say, you have to have a brain that works a very specific way to hit that very top level.
Right. Yeah. I would absolutely agree with that. That's a fair, you know, a fair concession there. And it is funny, as you were saying, I was smiling so big when you said, you know, some people, they get there just by, you know, just playing and grinding it out like one level a week. I was like, that's what I was doing, and that's how I got there. It was just there. It's tenacity, which I mean, is itself. It's not a talent, but it is a trait of like, hey, do you want this bad enough? But you know, like you said, there's the efficiency, and I think there's also a level of because you have the, you know, like the first level is stop, you know, don't make stupid mistakes. Don't break the draw first. All the rules that you need to learn and know how to play. There is that creative. Like, I don't know if you've tried yet. Have you ever experimented with the or played the puzzles that they have? Where it's like they give you okay.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I mean that shows you, okay, this is what looks to be an impossible situation, but if you use your creativity, you can find ways to make it work. And I think there's that level as well, which is another level of functionality that I think to some degree I do have. But then the next tier above that, which I think is when you're talking to people that get there very quickly, is understanding this deck, like being able to say, this is what this was created to do. These are the cards that synergize with it. I have a much higher chance of winning. Like, my turn to turn is not, I need to make sure I don't take 3 damage on this play. It's not necessarily I need to do 3 damage or I need to mitigate this board. It's, how does all that stack up against my overall plan and what I expected or what my game plan is? And so that adds that element, an extra element of planning and interaction with the deck. That's where I find myself getting stymied, where I'm more or less, I'm you know, if it's a chess game, I'm looking maybe 1, possibly 2 moves ahead, but no further, where I feel like people that do excel at a higher level, they're thinking 2 or 3 moves ahead, in conjunction with what the deck is designed to do and how it's meant to be played. Even something as simple as Beowulf's, the Burn Assassin again. Burn Assassin is probably one of the, I mean, I hate to say it, but like the laziest or certainly the fastest type of aggro there is. But even then, I kept trying to play it in a way that was not congruent with how it's meant to be played, and I lost some because I was trading more than I should have. I was like, but it's just 1 cost, and he's like, that the deck is just go face. Don't trade unless it's terrain or a guard.
Yeah.
Don't do it. And you will outpace your opponent 99% of the time. And it just, even then it took something as simple as that. My brain kept bucking it and going, no, but I must make the value trade, or I must, trade 3 to do 1 damage. And I said, it's about as simple as you can get. And yet, my brain's trying to rally against that, where I think other people, there is a broad, they can apply the broad picture, the bigger picture to each play, and make the optimized play for the long game win versus long-term win versus just what's going to keep me alive on the board at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think sort of for my experience of that sort of stuff is possibly the biggest thing that made the difference. When I am trying to play somewhat competitive lists, which happens less and less as time goes on. But one of the things that made the biggest difference for me was learning how to work out what your opponent is doing. Because, one of the, we were talking a little bit earlier about all these copy-paste lists. The one benefit from that is that it can be very, very easy to identify what someone's doing. And, if you're playing sort of a mid-rangey list, which can either go aggro or control, if you can identify within the first sort of 4 turns that your opponent wants to play a long game, then you just forget everything else and just start going face, because that's what they're trying to avoid. Or if you can, there was a game that we played. I can't remember if I won or lost, to be honest. But you played Fiery Imp on turn 1, and I immediately went, yeah, aggro. Okay, we're taking this list in a more control direction, because that's what you don't want me to be doing. That's what you're trying to get under.
Right.
And I think that's such a big part of it, is just identifying what your opponent is doing. And it's it's the sort of thing that's quite hard. You can't really teach that. You can't just say, if someone is playing Redarin and plays this card on turn 2, they're 100% doing XYZ. But you can definitely try and get a feel for it. And that's something that helped me the most, was just learning what sort of things people tend to play, and then how to play around those as well.
Right. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I have noticed, like, there are a few, like, prophecy heavy decks that are like 75% prophecies. Like, those are pretty easy to typically to pick out and to play against. You just, leave them alone and they fizzle out.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it is, that is absolutely, like a very fair point. What I butt my head up against is, okay, I recognize you're a control deck, and then there's just nothing I can do about it. Like, it's like, okay, I'm trying to go face now, but they've got the guards, they got the seducer, they got the black messenger.
Yeah, and that sort of stuff is kind of, there's a multitude of reasons why that cannot be working. Sometimes you just need to, if you're playing on a given day and you've seen 10 Telvanni controls or whatever already, you just go, okay, I need to pick a different list that punishes Telvanni control better than whatever it is I have been playing.
Yeah.
But then again, at the end of the day, Telvanni control's also just obnoxious for anyone. So it's there's a difference between the theory and the practice there. But
right.
Yeah.
No, but I'm glad to hear, because there's different like I said, different wide variety of cards. Oh, let me ask you, just out of curiosity, and I don't know why I got excited about this, because it's nothing amazing. I'm just curious. You've seen Defensive Bruma.
Yes.
How do you feel about that card?
I seem to be one of the few people who don't really care. Because most people who I've heard talk about it either love it and think it's the best thing ever, or people hate it and think it's unbalanced. I think it's fine. I think the fact that it could get to a 0 cost is pretty busted. But it's conditional, and I think any powerful effect that's conditional, you can sort of justify in saying, well, your opponent can play around that and prevent a certain board state or whatever. So yeah, I think I get why people are bothered by it, but the two main things for me is that, one, like, it requires setup, and two, I personally, I don't actually see Defensive Bruma that much. I don't know if it's just because I'm not playing at the right level, or if I just don't get matched against people who play it very much. But, like, I do not see it played that often, and as I was saying earlier, the things that bother me the most are the things that I see all the time.
Right.
So, I'm fine with a slightly overpowered card that I see at most once a week or whatever. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm fairly, like, chill with it. That opinion may change if all of a sudden from today onwards everyone starts running Defensive Bruma and it just becomes all in my face. Then I might start to hate it more, but I'm kind of fairly whatever on it at the moment.
Okay, and honestly, that's mostly what I hear from people. I don't necessarily hear anybody saying, "Oh yeah." I mean, I do think it's a very powerful card. But yeah, I was just curious. It was just I don't know why. It was just kind of a gauge, some way of just kind of like I said, my initial impression was just pretty much, hey, anything goes. It's fine. And I mean, that is a good point, about it being conditional, but then also, like you said, is rarity. It was one of those things for me where it's when it happened, it was just so obnoxious. It's like, cause it's like, if you're aggro and you're racing,
Yeah.
like you're not there to trade with the board. So if you're racing and you're, one turn away from winning and your opponent suddenly plays that, you're like, okay, well now not only I can't win, but now you have cards that can attack me. They're buffed up to attack me. And it was like, all it took was like 3 times of that happening. And I was like, I hate this card forever because it just seemed, it was like, we were racing. Everything was fine. You're in your lane. I'm in my lane. We're playing fun. And now you screwed with me. Now you couldn't win the race. So you cheated and you popped my tires. That's just,
I will say it is a very swingy card in that sense, and that you can as you say, it can very quickly turn the tide from losing to winning. But there are also many, anything vaguely revolving around Lava Atronachs is incredibly swingy as well, because it puts this massive guard that's a pain to get rid of, and at the same time can deal so much damage back to you. And, those sorts of things are annoying to play against, but again, like Lava Atronachs, they also take setup. You either have to have a big creature on the board, or you have to play the guy that shuffles them, in which case, you're then having to find them in your list. There's really reliable counters to them in the form of just a javelin. Like, swingy cards don't feel good to play against, but they're also, like, pretty much all of them have counters, generally speaking. Or if they don't, they're very, like, they're high cost or they're big investment or whatever.
Right.
Because, like for example, one could criticize Odoving as being a swingy card, and that, it's putting all these stats on the board and doing a board wipe, but it's a 12, you're spending 12 Magicka for what is effectively the same as an Ice Storm and putting a big creature on the board. And while that's good, it's a unique, and you have to survive to turn 12. If you're against an aggro deck and you've got Odoving in hand, it doesn't matter, because Odoving's probably, you're going to die before you get there. So yeah, Edmund just made the point.
The hard way.
Except Alien Guardians, those are a swingy card that suck. But
well, yeah, because I think there's a limit to just how much it can change.
Yeah.
So I remember, like Manticora was essentially nerfed because it used to come, 6/6 with removal. It came out as a guard. They nerfed it to take away the guard.
Yeah.
And then it became unplayable. Nobody would play it. So then they put the guard back.
They put it back. Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but you look at that now, and barely anyone plays Manticora even now, because the nature of the game is such that just a 6/6 plus some removal is not good enough against a lot of lists. If you're playing against aggro, they've got Fel the Mighty or whatever to get through it for low cost. If you're playing against control, they just don't care at all. And if you're playing against mid-range, most of their creatures are big enough to either favourably trade, or they only have to lose one creature in the trade. So, while at the time that sort of stuff with the Manticora was happening, there was a lot of controversy or whatever, the game is a completely different... It's such a different game now that... can you actually tell me the last time you saw someone play a Manticora?
Well, yeah, only because it's like when I think of it, those kind of on a technicality, yes, only because like you said, you don't see it that often. So when you do see it and it ends up being a swing, then you remember. But yeah, no, to your point, it's not often. It is very seldom. It's just a memorable thing. It's like, I had a Manticora sighting, and unfortunately, that just torpedoed my games.
Yeah.
but yeah, it is a much rarer. It used to be, if you played anything with willpower, if you played control with willpower of any kind, you were guaranteed to have at least two copies at the minimum in your deck. And now, like you were saying, it's moved on beyond that. Like Empire, which you would think that would be like Control Empire would be one of the more likely ones. I don't think I've ever seen it in a Control Empire.
No, I think the only times I've ever seen it have been in like Control Mage, just because they don't have that many big bodies. Basically, that's the only reason it's ever there. But Yeah, obviously in Control Empire they have alien guardians. In Tribunal, they've got other stuff they'd rather be doing with that Magicka. Telvanni. Oh no, it doesn't even work in Telvanni. What am I saying? But you get my point. There's not much room for it in most lists because there's almost always better alternatives. I mean, rather than spending 10 Magicka to remove a creature and get a guard, why would you not just play Chodolar's Treachery and just have the creature?
Right. Right.
And obviously Mirak did the same thing, but Miraks are unique, so it's a bit different. But now there's so many other ways to get around. If you don't want your opponent to have a creature, it's incredibly easy to not let them have a creature, generally.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Okay.
No, go on.
I was gonna say Mirak is another one. I think he's swingy, but he's swingy in two different ways. He's swingy that suddenly I play what's it the one that always gets Miraked.
Thorana?
Aspect of her scene.
Oh, Aspect. Oh, yep, that's another one. Yep.
Throw that down. It's a 12-12, and he steals it. So now he's got not only a guard, but now he can go on the offense. But he's also swinging in that it's pretty much your entire turn from unless you've ramped up. That's pretty much most of the time going to be the only card you can play. And if your opponent has a wide board or they've got 2 threats, one in each lane, he's not adequate. Like there are definitely times where he can swing the board, but he's also a little fickle in that he's very situational in the times that he can actually, ruin your plan. Like if you literally you're playing the last card in your hand and it's at aspect and you charge with it or something and they play Mirak, then you're done. But there's so many situations where he's not adequate.
Yeah, well, just going back to talking about Odahvinger, Mirak and Odahvinger are kind of the same thing, just for opposite deck types, right? If you're playing against Control and your opponent has Sotha Sil on board, Odahvinger's no good, but Mirak will probably win you the game if you can steal Sotha Sil. But if you're playing against some sort of go wide token thing, Mirak's going to get you, 5th Legion Trainer? But Odahvinger completely wins you the game. Not necessarily literally, but it's such a big change. So I think that's the thing with those sorts of swingy cards, is that they're good in some situations and not others, whereas something like Alien Guardians, it does not matter what your opponent's playing, that card is always good. It's always incredibly strong if they're control, if they're mid, if they're aggro, if they're combo. There's just there's maybe 2-3 cards in the game that can answer Alien Guardians in one card.
Yeah.
You've got the Minotaur Lord of the Arena guy, which is such a niche card anyway. And then you've got the Red Year.
Yeah.
And those are about your only good answers.
Yep. Yeah, it's and that was my beef with Telvanni, and I've said it before, but as much as people want to say that aggro is very straightforward, I mean Telvanni is not necessarily straightforward. It's aggro is considered easy because it is very linear. You know exactly what you got to do. Telvanni to me is easy because you have so many options most of the time on what you want to do. Every card and so many cards enable so many different things where you're okay, this is normally what I would do on this play, but I've got these instead of these 5 cards, I've got these 5. Oh, but here I can just do this and unsummon this and duplicate this and bada bing, I'm good to go again. And so to me, it's it's the same degree of ease, but it's just instead of having fewer options, you just have a surplus. And it
and Telvanni's resource generation combined with its health gain just mean that you're never in trouble, because the sort of compromises that you're often having to make when you deck builds is it's right, what's more important to me in this list? Is it gaining health, or is it having card advantage, or is it pushing damage? And Telvanni does not have to make that decision because it's able to do all of those things at the same time.
Yeah.
And, if you're aggro, you might be sacrificing some health gain or some card draw to push more damage. And if you're control, you might be, you probably aren't able to put much damage on, but you're going to be able to have lots of health and card draw. If you're Telvanni, you can do all of them for basically no downside.
Yeah. And they have a lot of ways to... Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, and as part of that, because they have so much card draw, they're never going to run out of options, and they're always able to basically just control the game and say, no one's going to be pushing damage to the face until I say so.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be on my turn, at my terms, and it's going to be when I have 4 Allied Guardians and 2 Parthenaxes, or whatever. You know.
If you're lucky.
Yeah, on a good day.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, and I think and I'm not saying this definitively, but I think for any deck any control deck that plays in Scout colors, you have the added thing when that Necromancer came when the Necromancer came out, and you realize that you've got a way to regurgitate these 3-4 guards that not only ramp, like the ramp became exponential in there. So the downside to control a lot is, as you were talking about, ideally they're not greedy and they have a decent enough curve anyway, but it's really your late game threats that are the big deal. And what makes that balanced is their late game. You've got to survive to the late game, but with the Necromancer, there's so many ways to bring back ramp consistently that you're getting to that late game a lot sooner, I think, than really I think the game should. That it shouldn't be that easy to do, but with the Necromancer, just it allows that. Yeah,
I've talked about this on stream before, but my thesis is that if you look at the expansions, there is a ramp card of some sort in every single release, not counting like the Madhouse collection and Forgotten Hero collection. And every single both story and like Heroes of Skyrim, Houses of Morrowind, whatever, every single one has some sort of ramp card. And it's gotten to the point where it's like, why would you not? There's not really any reason not to. And with the exception of like Whodunit and Jiggalag's Incursion, there's no downsides and there's no conditions. You can just play ramp and you get Magicka. And then you play bigger stuff. So I think a big issue is just the fact that they kept adding cards that said gain max Magicka on them. Because, if you look at, say, just the core set, there's, maybe 3 ramp cards. So, realistically, the most you're able to do in, say, a 50-card deck is that by turn 12, you might have, 4 more Magicka than your opponent. Whereas now, with the cards available as they are, you can easily get to 12 Magicka by about turn 6.
Yeah.
And that's... cards like Manamako are not balanced around the fact that they can be played on turn 6. That's not the point of those, but because they've put so much ramp in, that's, they're barely breaking a sweat to be able to do that sort of stuff.
Yeah. That's good. I actually had never looked at the breakdown for that each. Yeah,
there might be one maybe that doesn't contain ramp, but I'm pretty sure there's one from every single collection. Because there's a couple from core set. There's now I'm looking at this out of curiosity. There's one from Isle of Madness, core set, Oblivion, monthly reward, Morrowind, Skyrim, monthly reward, Oblivion. Yeah, there's one from pretty much not Clockwork City. Clockwork City is the only expansion that doesn't have ramp in it, and everything else does. That's ridiculous. And half of them have 2 ramp cards.
Yeah.
Whereas there's 3 different ones in core set. So I think definitely the options got out of hand with just what you have. And
and then you have
sorry, no, go for
Squish the Wimpy.
Yes, you have ways to sort of get more ramp out of a single card than what you would by default with, as you say, Squish the Wimpy on the Venom Tongue or Night to Remember on anything. That's and Vincenzo's just said, I'd say most of the ramp cards are understated so they can still lose to aggro, and that's true, but a lot of the lists that are playing them are super control heavy anyway, and just have so much access to drain and guard and whatever else that they could possibly ask for.
Well, and that's it. Aside from the whatchamacallit, the support, Hissgrove. Aside from that, almost every card that gives you ramp also guards. Like the 1/4
Yes.
determined supplier.
A determined supplier,
Hist Mage.
the Thornhist Mage, the Tree Minder, yeah.
Yeah. So it's the dual utility. So it is the hard counter to like aggro is. I mean, yeah, you might be able to get through it, but you're going to spend a resource to get if you want to completely bypass the guard, you're going to have to spend something on it. And at least with the Hist whatever guy is, it's still a body. It's 2/4 if it's been silenced, but it's still a body that can trade into your critters. So it's but yeah, that's a good call, and I can understand it because I remember when I first started playing. Like I remember when I got a Nodaving, I was like, oh, I'm gonna play this in every deck because and now granted that was my first week playing or second week, but because I'm thinking, ooh, the big body, like it's so awesome, and it took not too many games for me to go, oh wait a minute, I'm not even getting to turn 8 when I with this card.
Yeah.
So then you start to understand. But you want to play the big cards are exciting to play. They're fun. They've got these cool effects. So I can understand to a degree them wanting to, make that more possible to add to that excitement, to add to the longevity of games. But that only appeals to certain players. There's a lot of people that want to play more of a mid-range or an aggro, and to sort of favor that long game to the detriment of being able to, having a chance at winning at a different rate is probably not ideal.
No, and the fact that it's ultimately at the end of the day, like it's just not fun to be playing against a lot of the time.
Yeah.
If you've got some carefully crafted deck and then you look at your opponent's Magicka and they've got 10 Magicka and I'm at 4. It completely changes the game from there on out, no matter how aggressive you're trying to be.
Yeah. Yeah, and as we said, I mean, especially so we saw it because I remember I got so excited when they released the house, the different houses. I can't remember which ones they released first, but it wasn't Ebonheart when they released them. They said, hey, we're going to start doing 3 attribute decks in all the colors. I got so excited because I mean, how many times when I was doing Slay where I was like, I wish I had was able to pair this card with this card, the crossbow with the venom tongue, but also with these cards. It was so exciting, but then they had to nerf it a little bit. They had to nerf the 3/3 Defiler because his effect of bringing cards onto the board immediately was just ridiculous.
Yeah. I don't know how that one made it that far by default, to be honest.
Well, he didn't have a lot of weight initially without squish, without
that's true.
The sword. He had pretty much had to just trade, and so it wasn't anything that he was going to kill was had to be pretty small, but. I mean, the lane change was, I think, enough to facilitate that kind of thing. You couldn't necessarily play in the field lane and be safe from that kind of effect, but they made so much of it. The Ebonheart, facilitated that, but then it broke the bank on the ramping. So and then you have Unstoppable Rage, and Night Talon Lord. It's just, it was almost like there were certain cards that weren't factored into how much they would be able to change fundamentally how you could play the game and what was possible that you could ramp into not Night Talon Lord. Who's the 6/6 or the 8/8 that turns into a 16/16?
What was the name? I know the one you're talking about.
Vampire Lord.
Yeah, a Pureblood Elder. That's the one.
There you go. Yeah, and that plus Rage. So you go from defensive to in one turn with not even that much Magicka, you just crush the board.
No. And that's the other thing is that all these ramp lists have stuff that benefits ramp as well. The benefit isn't just that you have extra Magicka. You have stuff like Pureblood Elder, or I don't think there's anything wrong with Martin Septim. I think he's a finely balanced card, but that is a card that benefits from ramp in the colours that ramp is in. So it's,
which card is that?
Martin Septim. At the start of your turn, gain all unspent Magicka. When you have 30 or more Magicka, changes into the 30/30. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
So like
Got it.
I don't think he's a problem card, but there are a lot of these cards that benefit from ramp and are also in the ramp colors.
Right. Yeah.
The reward for ramp isn't just extra magicka, it's also, as you say, a pureblood elder becomes a 16/16 for 7.
Mm-hmm. While also doubling your ramp every turn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I really like Whodunit as a card because it's ramp that's conditional and it forces you to make choices as well. There might be some situations where it's a 3 cost and, like, mathematically speaking, that is kind of a bad deal. You're spending 3 magicka to gain +2, but in some cases, it's forcing you to make this decision about, is that the correct thing for me to do right now? It's not just, I have a ramp card, why would I not play it?
Yeah, exactly.
But unfortunately, it's too little too late, because by the time Whodunit came out, the design language was already, as you say, most ramp cards have guard, or they're providing an additional effect, or are easy to abuse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I thought it was bad. When I first started, the ramp scout was like the bane of that, and support made were like the bane of my existence. I didn't think it could get worse than that. Boy, was I wrong.
Yeah. I think it's just a symptom of the fact that they just kept adding stuff that makes it better with each expansion, while not giving other things the same sort of benefits to the same level, I guess.
Right. Well, that like veteran, I was really happy to see you do the OTK with that veteran deck, because
veteran is just slay but worse.
Right.
It's the same thing of, your creature has to attack, but it only gets the buff once, and like by and large, most of the veteran cards, their effects are not that good. There's the one that restores your magicka, which is pretty good, but I mean, we've already been talking about ramp, so I don't think I need to explain that one. Obviously, the one that draws a free card, that one's pretty good. But by and large, most of the veteran cards are pretty bland, to be honest.
Yeah, I can't think of. I mean, like that one draws. I think there's the one. He's either expertise or veteran, but I think if he's a 4/4 and he becomes a 6/6, I think, and he can attack. No, I think it becomes just a 6/6 veteran. It's in strength.
Yes, and it gives the top creature of your deck +2/+2 as well.
That's right.
Like,
yes.
that one's fine, but also I don't think I'd ever play it outside of a list that's got veteran themed stuff already.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't help. He's a 4/4, and I think he's he might be. He's a 5 or 6 cost.
Yeah, he's a 4/4 for 5.
Yeah, so any card you're going to play against him is probably big enough. Like, if it's a guard, it's probably big enough that chances are he's not going to survive.
Yeah, and taking the consideration, the comparison to Slay into account, a lot of veteran cards are understated, presumably with the intention of, but you get the veteran effect, so it's worth it for the cost. But Slay being a very similar effect, and a lot of Slay cards are overstated. I mean, Torval Extortionist is a 7/5 for 5.
Yeah.
Like, that's good, regardless of if you were able to get the Slay off or not. Whereas the veteran cards are all understated, and it's like, well, if you get the veteran off, like, it then becomes playable, at least.
Right.
So, yeah, I like the idea behind veteran, but I think the execution is pretty poor. Unfortunately, as fun as it is to sort of play with, and I think it's a very interesting effect, it's just like, why would you not just play Slay instead?
Right. Yeah, it's. I think it's probably the least served mechanic. Like you were saying, I think expertise is almost perfect in that it. I mean, it does have to wait till the end of your turn, which I think does actually make it fair. It might be broken otherwise.
No,
like there's enough in the deck in the deck to kind of, there's enough synergy with the cards that they give you for expertise, and there's enough cards that synergize with expertise, like Plunder or Battle Mage Onslaught, things that are actions but also give you things to trigger. I think there's more than enough of that to support it. there might be one or two tweaks or things that I'd be like to make it, but that might make it too much. But I feel like that is a viable mechanic that isn't easily to abuse. It kind of, it has enough of a downside. There's enough scarcity that it's not going to go buck wild. But I mean, that said, I mean, I have had games where, my board ends up being a bunch of 10/10s because you get 2 cards out if they don't have removal for them. You're good to go. But they're low statted cards. It's a 3/3. The Cavalier is a 3/3. The guy who does the Atronach is a 2/3. So they're hyper easy to remove. But but I think there may be a slightly on the weaker side, but almost, I think as a mechanic, almost very well balanced. But with Veteran being, I think, on the lower end, I don't know, because Consume, I thought Consume, the same thing about Consume, but I've seen Brave Carrion does a lot with it. I've seen IO's done stuff with it.
Yep.
I don't know if you've messed around with it too much, but that actually is pretty good.
I think Consume's pretty good. A similar mechanic that I think is so close to being playable but just isn't quite is because the recent event was the Elsewhere Gauntlet.
Oh yeah.
And I was and the big thing in that for me was that your deck size was reduced to 40.
Mm-hmm.
So I was playing a Wax Wayne list and having so much fun with it. But the thing is, I think there needs to be one more Wax Wayne card per attribute. Because in a 50 card list, it is just too hard to find the cards at the right time.
Right.
Like if you can draw the perfect things on the perfect turns, it can be super powerful and you can have a really good turn. But it's quite hard a lot of the time to find the right cards for the right thing. And there's a couple of, as with any of these sort of mechanics, there's a couple of pretty meh cards, but that's to be expected. But just the fact that if you're trying to theme your deck around Wax Wayne compared to, say, Consume or Slay, you're going to have a lot of cards in your list that aren't helping you get to what you're trying to do, unfortunately.
Right. What it does, you could almost argue that it needs to be even more compensated for the fact that no other another mechanic is turn based. Like you can go into a turn, unless you've got that Moon Gate, you're not going to get that second effect. Like there is no way to access that. Like if there was, I don't know if that would make it broken, but if there was a support or something that would allow you to, maybe I mean that's what that supported, I guess, is for. But the idea, but not so you get both, but just something that you could switch it if you wanted to.
Yeah, I agree.
But that makes it much more complicated.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, so much of any Wax Wayne deck is just, can you find the Moon Gate? Like I think it's good that it's like a 1 cost or whatever, because it needs to be. But if you don't find the Moon Gate, then your list is, as you say, it's just turn dependent, and half the time it's not going to be doing what you want it to.
Now, would you? Okay, now I'm trying to think. So, what was your Wax Wayne? So was it dual color?
Yeah, it was Assassin.
Okay. Because I was gonna say, at least with the Dominion one, granted it may be too late at that point, but like at least Worldly Wanderer guaranteed to draw. That guaranteed to pull you that every time, but then you're playing 75 cards and
yeah, correct. Yeah, and I mean, and again, that's the other thing is that in theory, I mean, if you look at the Wax Wayne cards, like in theory, Dominion is definitely the best card for it, or the best class rather. But then you're playing 75 cards, and you have 3 cards in each attribute that you're looking for. The odds of finding them are so low compared to if you're playing Ebonheart's Slay. Whenever I've built an Ebonheart Slay list, I have to not include some Slay cards because there's just so many, and you also need to fit in stuff like Squish and Rage and so on. You're not suffering for choices, I guess is the point there. Whereas with Wax Wayne, there's just not quite enough cards available to do it in a 75, but if you're doing it in a 50, then you're missing out on some of the really powerful cards because some of them are, some of the best ones are locked to certain attributes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's a good, I was wondering which one you were going to say, but I was like, I totally, somehow I forgot about that one, because I think for me, it's, I mean, obviously like saying this happens on, on even turns, this one on odd. That's not RNG, but it is a little bit RNG as to what my opponent plays that I need to. I'm like, do I? I always think of that one. I think it's the cat with the Arabian Nights little headdress where it's like he can either come down to the 3/3 with a ward, or he can buff a card in your hand for 2/2.
Yes.
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah,
And it's like
that.
well, like one is defensive, incredibly defensive. The other one is more for offense, arguably. And it's like it depends on what my opponent. So it's lucky. It's just luck whether or not my opponent is not pushing any aggression at that particular time, and I can play a card that just gives my hand 2/2. Or if I'm going, I need this guard with ward right now. I have him technically, but it's the wrong turn.
Yeah, and again, that's the same thing with not finding Moongate, as it's like, yes, in theory, I have in hand the perfect answer to whatever's happening. But if you haven't found the Moongate, then tough luck, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think Waxwane's a really fun mechanic, but as I say, I think there just needs to be like one more card per attribute, and it would be like pretty perfect.
Yeah, I almost. I mean, obviously they had a goal in mind, but if the devs had just gone, okay, let's round out and balance the mechanics that we have instead of coming out with Oblivion, so we had more, where all the mechanics essentially were almost equally as viable.
Yeah,
and we didn't have Invade. I think the world in general would be a better place. I mean, the sun would be brighter, everything would just be better.
Yeah. I think a few people are going to disagree with you on that one. But yeah, like they left, Waxway, and I think like consume and expertise are both good, but they're also like they're not that popular or that powerful. They're very situational in terms of if you draw the right cards at the right time, you can absolutely win a game very quickly, but you can also just completely brick yourself compared to something like Slay, which, I mean, you can almost play with your eyes closed. So I think, between all these mechanics that they tried to come up with, some of them are definitely more favoured than others.
Yeah, but to your point, I mean, it wouldn't necessarily take a whole lot to make them viable.
No.
But it is.
Yeah, I think for a lot of them, it is just a matter of like 5 to 10 extra cards spread across the attributes, and they would be playable. But yeah,
what might have been.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
That's all right though, because again, folks like you, and I mean, that's just crazy to me that somebody like, again, when exactly do you remember when you actually started like playing the actual?
Just like
2020
Legends in general.
Huh? Yeah.
I want to say like late 2022.
Okay.
Maybe early 2023, somewhere around then.
Right. Okay. So not for some reason in my head I had a matter of months. I'm like,
no.
Cow, but
I mean, to be fair, I'd say like total time is probably a bit under a year, because there were about like 6 to 8 months where I kind of went off for a while, before coming back and sort of actually learning how to play properly. But yeah, no, and I'd say probably roughly a year's worth total.
Which is still to go from that to the level that you're at, the level of proficiency where it's like I have the luxury of playing these crazy fun decks. Like that's a huge acceleration for it. But it's like I said, it's a bit tragic, but it's also great because I do think it gives the game the last push to get it to the finish line. And so it's not just limping across where people are, like, again, I love the community and everything, but the actual, like, me just watching other people's games. I mean, it's fun for me, and I think it's fun for a lot of other people, but I don't think that was going to be able to push the game forcefully into like where it finishes strong, in other words. And so but I think things like that bring that new flavor, that new spice to it, is what people go, okay, it has that second win, that last gasp. Hey,
that last gasp
to push. Yeah. Another great mechanic.
Yes. Yeah, well, that's one that's actually playable as well.
Yeah.
No, I think, just trying to make the most out of the time we have left and trying to do, keep it interesting, not just be playing the same 4 net deck lists. over and over again until the end. And if you want to net deck, that's fine, but I
Mm-hmm.
would hope that at least everyone, at least once, builds a deck completely from scratch.
Yeah.
Like, I think everyone should at least have the experience of going, I'm going to do this from myself, for myself, from nothing, and take it to a point where I can actually play it.
Yeah. And then you have that refinement process, which I think is, I mean, it can be a little frustrating if you don't know, you can't pinpoint why the deck isn't working. It can be a little, because that was my problem initially. I think I've learned enough from watching other people and having that input where I can identify, okay, this is where the problem lies. Because sometimes it's very simple. Okay, if I'm dying, but I mean, the other part of it too, it's okay, against this deck, it's weak, but a lot of decks have their kind of kryptonite. It's like, okay, well, if you can get under me, in 4 turns, yeah, my deck's not going to win. But there are a lot of control decks or combo decks that are in that same boat. So it's knowing when your deck is genuinely unviable and why, or when it's like, well, okay, certain matchups, I just have to understand I have a very low chance of success, and I can either try to mitigate that, possibly at the cost of the percentage of it or the rate of it going off or succeeding, as a combo deck and versus like a mid range. Because if you bring enough support to the earlier part of the game and beef out your middle range, well, then you're a mid range deck with a bit of a high end, and you're not a control deck. So it's trying to find ways where you can still play the way you want to play, and you can have the fun that you want to have, but also you're not just getting railroaded or steamrolled every single game. That I can understand if people try to do that, because I've come across people when we're playing, and we've seen them say, and not everybody does this happily, but there's some people, and I understand, I don't justify it, but I understand it when they say, okay, I've just had, I fought a bunch of control stuff or whatever. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play Aelid Guardian control Telvanni.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, no, you don't want to become the enemy, but at the same time, I understand the frustration when you're going, I tried to play a deck that was fun. I tried to play a deck that I created and I think should work, and I'm just getting beaten, but it's not necessarily by other people playing their creative stuff. I'm getting beaten by the normal BS.
Yeah.
And so it's not viable for me to have fun.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's hard, because I think, like, the other thing is that, like, and you kind of touched on it a little bit there, is to just accept that, like, sometimes there are just bad matchups at the end of the day. There are certain decks that do not work against certain others. And, there's the occasional exception or whatever, if someone draws badly or doesn't find the right thing, or, someone makes a mistake or whatever, then some things beat others. But there are just some cases where you just have to go, well, I can't beat Telvanni Conscription with this or whatever, but I can still beat Mid-Crusader or whatever and have a lot of fun with it. And you just have to accept that, today there's been a lot of people playing Telvanni on the ladder. I'm going to come back tomorrow. I'll either play a different list for now, or I turn the computer off, I come back tomorrow, and I get better matchups and have way more fun with it. But people kind of go, well, if I'm losing to this deck or whatever, then my list is bad. And then, as you say, they then go, well, I'm going to play the same thing in return. And then it's just a self-fulfilling cycle of just playing the same, everyone just ends up playing the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of wish. Now, again, this is something that I don't think the way Tesla was developed and the way it was rolled out, I don't know that it would have gone this route, even if it had stuck around. But to see the general idea that when, like, Magic the Gathering has, I think, like, at this point they have 12 different formats, and that all comes down to certain cards are not allowed to be played in certain formats. And I would have liked to see something in Tesla where it's like, okay, like, kind of, it's almost like a permanent version of what our gauntlets are, like the Pauper Gauntlet. You can only play commons and rares and not epics or legendaries, but that's a staple. That is actually
just default game mode.
Is a type of,
yeah.
So to actually have different ways to progress in the game and say, okay, I don't want to play with cards from this particular expansion. And hey, guess what? There's not going to be one for everything. It would be ridiculous to have that many. And I think Magic the Gathering, one of the problems is it has so many different things. Instead of saying, okay, these cards need to be nerfed or whatever because it's paper versus digital, they just say, okay, well, this will be banned from this particular format. But I think Legends could have done that, with making tweaks and stuff digitally it could have kept it from getting too many, but you have like 5 maybe
Yeah.
basic categories.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I would agree 100%. I think, like, especially from what I've heard about people's reactions when Houses of Morrowind came out, I think having a game mode where you can only play 2 attribute lists would have been massively popular.
Yeah.
You know, preventing a lot of the lists that people have problems with, almost all of them. Like, if you talk about the big sort of nut ones that get complained about the most, it's Telvanni, it's Empire, it's Ebonheart, it's Tribunal. You can remove all of those issues by just going, here's the game mode where you only have 2 attributes and you have a maximum of 75 cards instead of 100 or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I've always thought that would be, you know, because obviously, like, we'd love to say, oh, there should be a game mode where you can't play Alien Guardians or Pathanax or Midnight Burial or whatever, but, like, that obviously that's not realistic from either a development or a gameplay standpoint. But I think if they did something as simple as, like, either what you say with the Pauper Gauntlet for only commons and rares, or something where it's just back to how it was when the game started with only 2 attributes, like, that would provide a space for the people who understandably get sick of seeing certain archetypes over and over again.
And that's a good point. I wonder if maybe this is a not as big of a revelation or a question as I think it might be, but, like, really was the downfall of it, okay, we've balanced this game for these 2 attributes, but as soon as you throw a third one in there, everything just went off. So you had to try to make a bunch of adjustments, try to change things. Like, I wonder if that really was kind of the downfall. If they weren't planning necessarily, and maybe they were, but maybe they weren't planning on 3 houses, and so everything was done balanced as it was. And as soon as you say, okay, now you can incorporate this, you know, in this 2 attribute deck, you can add this extra ability, and it's like, oh crap, well, no, that breaks all the rules. Like, there really is no, I mean, it obviously the game isn't fundamentally in every aspect broken, but I wonder if most of it stems from the fact that those 3, it was never, they had to bend over backwards to make 3 attributes work, whereas if they just stayed with 2 and just expanded from there, it might have been able to stabilize better. Because I think anytime that's an exponential change. You know, the amount of combinations you can do, you know, increase exponentially with the addition of just that third attribute. So
I mean, yeah. On the one hand, like, I don't necessarily agree with the argument that, like, 3 attributes was objectively a bad idea and it never should have happened. But at the same time, if you think about the game now, and I said to you, you know, they're coming out with 4 attribute decks tomorrow. Like, you know, that's a horrifying thought. The things that would be capable with Empire plus Telvanni combined into a single list is, like, you don't even want to think about how bad that would be to play against. But,
yeah,
you know, it's effectively the same thing. It's just nowadays we are used to seeing 3 attribute lists, so it's kind of, we're a bit numb to it. Yeah, I think 3 attributes would have been fine, but as you say, I mean, it's a bit hard to say, us sitting here not being involved with the development, but I do get the impression that wasn't necessarily intended to be the direction from the word go, just because, as you say, the way some things are designed kind of had to be fixed, basically, once they introduced Houses of Morrowind and the 3 attribute concept, and some stuff was clearly supposed to be, or at least it feels like it was supposed to be limited to 2 attributes. Yeah.
Well, I know that this is pure speculation, but I get it. A lot of things make sense if there were 2 different visions for what Legends was going to be. If you had some people going, this is a way to promote Skyrim and to promote, you know, like our other, you know, the other products and Elder Scrolls, and kind of keep that pool fresh for, like, you know, Skyrim 6, even though, or Elder Scrolls 6, which is going to be like in 20 years. Yeah. And then you had the other, and so it's more of almost like a gimmick. It's almost like just an advertisement. It's another way to bring people into, you know, the Elder Scrolls world. And then you had people that were like, no, we're going to make this the next Magic the Gathering. And so you have a lot of effort, time, and money and focus put into it from the people that want to make it something. But ultimately you had people going like, well, no, this is, I'm not looking to expand this, you know, too much, because we're paying $1,000 per card just for the art. We're paying for voice actors. We're paying for all this. This is not the small little project that we thought it was going to be, just to kind of it was supposed to be, I think it was supposed to be more of a low expense, maybe even kind of low effort. And I don't think they understood just how much money and time and effort it was going to take to make it work. And so and again, I know it's speculation, but a lot of like where we're at now, where they're like, we're ending the game, no questions asked. Okay, somehow at some point, the people who are going, yeah, let's make this the next Magic the Gathering, whether that changed with the Sparky Pants or, the change from Direwolf to Sparky or whatever, it went from priority one and let's make this awesome to, okay, how do we kind of get rid of this expense that isn't really working that well?
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately, all of that stuff is just explanation because they've been so tight-lipped about so many of those things. But yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. I think there were definitely different visions for what people want, what the developers or what the people making the decisions at the top were sort of wanting from the game, I guess.
Right. And the only reason I brought that up was just kind of emphasizing the idea that three card or 3 attribute decks weren't necessarily in the works at first, because it was probably a much humbler endeavor in a lot of people's minds, that that wasn't like a thought from the outset, like kind of like, again, speculation, but it just seems it wasn't expected to get big. And I think it got bigger and it was like, cool. And then no, wait, this is getting out of control. It's too much of a money suck. And the non-speculative fact is there just was not any, the revenue for the game. It was too free to play. It was just, if such a thing could exist,
which is such a sad thing to say, right? Like,
it is.
That should not be the nail in the coffin for a game, but in the current gaming environment, that is basically a death sentence. Or, this sort of online service style game, is that if there are people who talk about, they never spent a single dollar on this game. And like, I spent a little bit of money on it, but I know, realistically, the amount I contributed is not enough for what it would have cost to keep the game running.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, it's unfortunate. And I think, just a lot of crossed wires and sort of ideas that were good in theory that just failed in execution. That just kept, you look at Oblivion, you look at Tamriel Collection, you look at all the stuff that they've had to nerf over the years. Just the execution completely flopped and just started pushing more and more people away.
Yeah, and that was, unfortunately, I think there were people. I didn't think it was that many, but on occasion, if I'm looking, I don't know how I end up there, because I don't typically seek out like people who are upset with something just because it's like, I totally understand, but that's just not something I'm trying to get into, or I don't want to argue with you, and I don't necessarily want to agree with you. But I would find these swaths of people that were like, Invade killed it for me. Like they were just like, it made the game so unfun, and it was such a ubiquitous thing that I just dropped it, and they clearly haven't changed it, so I'm never coming back. And it was like, okay, that stung a lot more than I perhaps initially thought.
Yeah, and I mean, that's pretty telling as well, right? That's not something that you've heard one person say either. That's something that, it's in kind of the collective consciousness of Invade did kill the game for a large group of people. Mm-hmm. It's like some people probably did leave when 3 attributes come out because that wasn't for them, but that's not the sort of thing that you always hear talked about. It's the fact Invade killed the game as, possibly the most unanimously agreed on complaint. And the fact that the game then disappeared not long after that is probably fairly telling.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oblivion. A very fitting name, unfortunately.
Yeah, right.
It was prophetic. Prophecy!
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, well, I was talking to Werginator the other week, and he was saying that apparently the next expansion planned was going to be another Oblivion-themed one.
Oh, no kidding.
So, they it sounded like it didn't get much further than, like, the idea stage. But it's sort of like, I can't even begin to imagine, even more Daedra or whatever. Even if they didn't say invade on them, it's still adding to this archetype that is almost unanimously hated.
Well, and that actually makes me wonder. Then again, but my mind just curious minds want to know, like if that was like a double whammy, where it was in terms of them pulling the plug on the further development. If they were like, okay, they got the momentum, like, okay, we got this Oblivion, we got this next one queued up, we're gonna start rolling with it. All right, start making cards, start thinking about attributes, whatever. And then this thing face plants so hard, it wasn't even like, it wasn't the most successful thing. It was like, I mean, it was animus. Like this thing was hated. That it was like, okay, well now not only that, but our next big idea, the next thing that we had to offer is just more of that is so hated. We don't have the next, like that's 6 months of development right there. We don't have another idea. We don't have another place to go. And so maybe in more ways than one, it was the death knell, because not only did it chase people away, but it was also their only plan that they had at that point for the next phase, and they got blown out of the water.
Yeah, I mean, from what it sounds like, the next expansion didn't really begin development proper. So I don't think it would have been so much concern about time investment, but it may have just been, they may have already been thinking that the game was on the way out, and then they go, well, we don't even really have anything new to offer that's not just going to piss people off more. So let's just cut our losses now, or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would be interested also to kind of like be just to have like sat in on like a play testing, because I mean that's the thing we don't often think about is how many eyes and how many things does this thing have to go through before they got the thumbs up, like, yes, as a company we are putting our money and everything behind this, and we're going to push it out, and this is what we think the customers will like. But like how does something like Invade, especially before they nerfed it the first time, like how does that get past playtesting and go, yeah, this feels right, like this feels good? I was like, I can't, it's hard to imagine that it actually happened, because you would just see the steamrolling every single game. It'd be like, it was almost like it didn't happen. Maybe they just pulled people, before the end, but it's like, there's no way that deck gets through strenuous playtesting and people go, yeah, this is cool. I like this.
Yeah, no, it's, I mean, it is ultimately speculation, but yeah, I mean, you can't imagine that they would play test Invade for any more than like 5 hours and get to the end of it and go, yeah, this is fun to both play and play against.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard to say, but it is definitely like, you would have loved to have been a fly on the wall, though.
Yeah, just the initial reactions, because I mean, but the initial reactions of players was very poignant. But it could also be, to a degree, like I think you and I are alike in the way that, like, I won't craft a deck that I don't enjoy playing against, or that I'm not okay playing against. Like if I think it's broken, I'm not going to craft it. But there may be enough people, and maybe there were some on the development side, that it's like, as long as it's fun to play, that's all that matters, versus thinking about that other side of it. And if you think that way, it makes a lot of sense, because I'm sure it's like the ease of access. Like, hey, we want brand new players to be able to be good at it. Well, that fits the bill perfectly. Like you can be brand new and just go, well, I have 2 Magicka. Here's the 2 Magicka card. I play it, and 6 turns later, you've got a board full of Dagothers, and you're good to go. So if you are thinking about it from that perspective, I think it does make a lot of sense. But if you are thinking about it from the, okay, well, what's it like to play against? It's a different story.
Yeah, and that may have been something that changed at some point in the game's development as well. It definitely feels like, at least initially, they were somewhat concerned with what it's like to play against, because like we were talking about with Manticora earlier, that was clearly a nerf that happened because people didn't enjoy playing against Manticora decks, so they were doing it in the interest of the fun of the person who's not playing a given card. Whereas, as you say, with Invade, it feels like the odds are more stacked in the favour of the person who is playing it, and the more fun interactions come from the person who is doing the invading. Because like what I was saying earlier, like even winning against Invade is not fun, really.
Yes.
It's just this long slog of remove the creature, remove the portal. You can try race, and sometimes that works, but if they draw correctly, then all of a sudden they've got charge and drain and guard on the board, and then even aggro can suffer. and it's just always a slog to try and push through their constant. Something buffs the portal, and the portal buffs the thing that buffs the. It's this
Yes.
self-fulfilling cycle of, just constant snowball effects with minimal downside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
that was that was, I think, because if I'm not mistaken, I think it's unique in that it forces you to you have to address the, like, in my head it's always comes down to you have to address the field lane, because they are starting to put big a 3-1 or 3-3 down there, a 2-2. You can't leave that alone, but you can't not address the gate side, and most decks only have a certain amount of but by virtue of the game, the way the game is, each attribute only has a fixed number of hard counters to those gates, and sometimes they need to be on the the other side of the board. But I mean, you could say, well, we need to prioritize the gate, but it's like it's the only thing that demands you to pay attention to two different. You can't just say, okay, I can ignore that for now. I need to focus on this. Both things become very quickly equally important, and so you're like, well, I'll make sure they don't have a gate. Well, then you're getting rushed down from that left side of the board, and it's not sexy, but it gets the job done. It's you don't realize you're sitting at 10 health. You're like, I finally got the gate down. Yes. Okay. Why am I at 9 health? And they've got 3 creatures over there that have just been eating away at me the whole time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's no like one sudden answer of, okay, the game's back into my favor because I played 1 or 2 cards, and I can sort of nix their whatever their combo thing is. It's not the same as just removing the Altar of Despair. It's like you have to remove the Altar of Despair and then also somehow be able, they're able to suddenly get a new one back by playing a 2-cost card, and then you have to remove that as well.
Yeah.
It's such a like self-feeding just combo that it's constantly providing more and more things that you need to answer, and there's no one thing that you can like try and focus on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, okay, and I know we've kind of we've dissected a little bit of the negative stuff. I'm just curious. Did Legends, was there ever a point where you were maybe a little bit with the Elder Scrolls thing? You're like, okay, it's kind of like. I guess the question is, has Legends succeeded in refreshing or invigorating your love for the Elder Scrolls like world as a whole, or the games themselves, or was it kind of always a separate thing? It didn't really bleed into it because the games were so different. The game types were so different.
I will say the stories definitely did. Stuff like, especially the Return to Clockwork City one, that has sort of implications that will, it's both relevant to previous games, and I think at least they're going to have to address what happened with, the Clockwork City in this game in future games. It's not just a fun little alternate mode of playing against the AI. They've sort of created this thing that affects how the future games are going to play out. So I will say that it has definitely reinvigorated interest, and I think a big thing is, the main Elder Scrolls games, they're very location locked. Obviously, Skyrim just takes place in Skyrim or whatever. And I mean, Elder Scrolls Online is the exception, but I'm not that big on ESO myself. But Legends is exposing you to all this different stuff from the series, all in one neat little package. And obviously, playing cards is not the same as getting to walk up to a character in a game and have a conversation with them.
Right.
But it's still fun to have all of this stuff that they've come up with. And, Elder Scrolls as a series is, nearly 30 years old, if not over 30 years old. So it sort of feels like this great love letter to the series of, we've brought all these things together, and they've got this great attention to detail in Legends as well, with all these little things of like, horse armor being a card that creates a thing, turns a creature premium. That's such a fun, that's such a fun little reference, and it clearly shows that at least at some point the devs cared so much about the source material and they've added onto it or made references to it in so many like positive and interesting ways. And admittedly, like, Invade has not made me like Oblivion as a game anymore, but you know, and as one of my chatters just made a very good point, I don't like Parthenax as a character as much as I used to.
Yes.
Like,
I was like, I'm gonna punch him in the face if I see him again.
Yeah, no, because as I was saying earlier, I'm doing this current Skyrim playthrough, and my plan is to go kill him next time I see him. But you know, by and large, I think it definitely, the way that it's treated the source material in such a respectful and like interesting way definitely enhances the experience of other Elder Scrolls games. And it's a shame that people, you know, I can almost foresee the future of where I'm playing a different Elder Scrolls game and I make some reference to Legends and someone asks about it and I'm going to have to say to them, sorry, you're not going to be able to experience that because the game doesn't exist. I can't just say, oh yeah, go play the game and you'll get to see what, you know, this Clockwork City reference is or how this card does this thing. It's, you know, they're locking people out of a part of the Elder Scrolls experience as a whole, which is, you know, just sad, basically.
Which also kind of brings up a good question based on what you were saying earlier about like Clockwork. Do you think that the fact that it has been discontinued, does that affect whether or not the stories that we saw are canon, or if they're gonna just be considered an alternate reality?
I don't imagine they'd do anything like an alternate reality. The thing is, like, I did say that, like, I think that Clockwork City needs to be answered. It would be easy enough for them to just ignore it, to be fair, unfortunately. The base Forgotten Hero story of this game, you know, the one that you sort of start with, where you're with Tyr and you're fighting against the cultists or whatever, that one does, like, retcon a bunch of stuff from Skyrim. Which, you know, is an interesting, it's a choice. It doesn't bother me as much as it bothers some people. But there are going to be stuff like that where they, you know, they may or may not at some point address what is real and what's not. I don't think they have to make the whole game non-canon just because it's being shut down. But I think, you know, it's not that hard for them to just ignore it and just kind of sweep it all under the rug. But I would hope that there's at least some sort of reference to, you know, some of the stuff that's been done with the game in future ones. Yeah.
Well, you know, that brought to mind another, you talk about things that are appreciated. Now, I can't say this you know, too much just because I'm still not familiar with a lot of the characters or situations, but I love the fact that you have game mechanics and card mechanics that are so suited to the in-lore versions of them. Like this, like I asked about, like, I wish Dawnbreaker or Duskbreaker, I wish you could choose which one to do. And then somebody was, which side it would be. Yeah. And then somebody said, oh, in the actual game, it is actually, it depends, you know, I think it's day or night or something. It actually has a different effect. So there were a lot of, you know, to your saying, to your point about the details, they went to the extent of making sure that the lore, a lot of ways, informed what the card would be able to do in a way that worked as a mechanic as well, which I think that's an incredible, like, merging of creativity and, for lack of a word, like, numbers, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And another one Vincenzo just pointed out is Lydia gets in the way of everything because, you know, whenever you're in Skyrim and you've got Lydia, she's always just in the fucking doorway. And it's like, Lydia, move, please. It's, no, I agree with you 100%. It's all that little stuff like that it's like, they didn't have to do that. You know, they didn't have to go into that much detail. Lydia just could have been some sort of guard, or she could have been just anything. But the fact that they went to the extension of, this is a known thing that people joke about, we're going to make a card about it, or whatever. Or, you know, arrow in the knee. That's such a ubiquitous Skyrim joke, and we got it as a card that does, you know, effectively exactly what, you know, the joke goes in the games or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, I love those sort of little attention to detail things that are just spread throughout, and some of them are incredibly obvious, like Lydia, and then some of them are way more sort of subtle, and you have to. I'm looking through the cards to try and think of one off the top of my head, but there are definitely a couple where it took me a while to click on to exactly like what it was referencing, because it's such a subtle and well done thing of just, oh yeah, by the way, this is a reference to XYZ joke from, you know, a game that's 20 years old or whatever it may be.
Right. Yeah, it's
yeah.
I think I know I'm biased and I don't have a big enough pool to like I don't know what other games exist in this. But like when you said, you know, you have to tell somebody that this game just doesn't exist anymore. My first thought was, wow, really, how many games can we say that about in general? Like obviously none of the retro systems, nothing that has ever been done on physical media can ever say that, because it's always going to be around in some form or another. Like how many games have actually been like you can't access it in any way, shape, or form. There's no like, you know, whatever it's. And so I'm going to go ahead and say, I think this is the least deserving of such a fate. Like there are plenty of games I think that, okay, they had, you know, 5 concurrent players when the game came out and they just got fewer and fewer. Okay, the game's going to get it axed. It was a failure. I feel like there was enough love, enough support, and the game was tracking in a good enough direction. This was probably the least deserved to end up in literal oblivion, where it just simply is gone from all reality. There may be something less deserving out there, but I can't think of too many games that just don't exist. Period.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's rough that there's just no, like, realistically, that is just it forever. You know, and that's wild to think about in an age where everything is digital and everything's online and you can access anything. You know, some games you may have to use less than savory methods to get access to, but like outside of stuff like you know, the tabletop simulator port or whatever that people are talking about doing with this game, outside of that, you are basically just locked out of the experience entirely, which is really sad.
Yeah. And, you know, and speaking on savory, look, I'm not saying this in any way, shape, or form to endorsement, but I mean, if there's anybody listening who actually has access to the game at Bethesda, I'm just going to say it would be heralded as a hero for all time if somehow they were to siphon out the code or whatever. I don't know the technical job well, but if somebody were to put that out there, somehow it would be released in the wild and somewhere it would crop up and people could play again. I'm just going to say that person would be immortalized, and it would definitely be a life put to good use when they do something like that. But you know, that's just whimsical thinking, of course. I'm really implying anybody should do that.
Hypothetically.
Yeah.
You are starting to break up a little bit on my end. I'm not sure if that's a you issue or a me issue, to be honest.
Let me see. I'm trying to see if there's any indication. I am okay. It might be just a Discord thing, because I am seeing a reduction in. Oh, nope, and that's back.
Yeah, that seems a bit better now.
Yeah, okay, so it's back to green.
Okay.
On my end, I was seeing it, as you said, that it went down to red and yellow.
Okay. We might be
which
back.
I mean that might be I don't know, the digital universe telling me I've taken up enough of the time. I don't know.
Oh, you're quite right. I mean, I don't mind, but yes, we have been going for 4 hours.
Oh yeah.
So
drop in the bucket.
No, that's right.
But yeah, maybe that'll be a good place. I mean, I'm enjoying the conversation. Don't get me wrong there, but I am thinking, okay, well, getting ready for tomorrow with work and everything, and then just I just don't want to dominate the session there. But it's been a great pleasure. I can't believe I think you're the first person. I've met people from around the world. I think you're the first and maybe only person I know, especially from Tesla, but just in general, from like New Zealand. So it's great to actually talk to somebody from that place. As soon as you said that you were actually 5 hours, I think, ahead of me or behind me, I was like, oh, he's in that part of the world, not in the Europe side.
Yes. Yeah, no, it's working around time zones has been quite the mission, but I think I've managed to get it down to a fine art at this point.
Right. And do you have just out of curiosity, and also I guess for a preview for the viewers as well as myself, do you pretty much have people lined up almost to the end date, or have you compiled a robust list, or is it a little more narrow than perhaps would have thought?
No, I've got probably. Oh, let me think. I've got probably about half a dozen lined up, and a few more that I either haven't heard back from or need to get in touch with. So there's a good few more on the way. Absolutely.
Awesome.
Yeah, I've got another one scheduled for later this week, assuming all goes well. So yeah, there's plenty more people that I've got on the way to have conversations with, which is exciting.
Yeah. And honestly, I mean that's another again, not trying to pat on the back too much or anything, but like I mean that's another thing that I just don't think really happens is like how much like that you doing that where you're like reaching out to like I mean just have a community voice and so many people from the community having this opportunity to talk about the game, to and talk about their experience with it. It's something it's just not out there for I don't think any other game really. And it would honestly it's been happening regardless of the shutdown, but I think even more so kind of it's not a post-mortem obviously because we're still in front of it, but to be able to do that, I think it just it just speaks to a level of community involvement and community tightness that I just don't think that many other games have. And it could just be the nature, the quality of the people, and the desire to have that connection. I don't know what it is, but I think that this game is unique, if in no other way, than what it has done on a community basis. So maybe it's the fact that we're so small, like there's so few people left, but I don't know. It just seems like something special in that regard.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think whether this game's unique in it, and whether it's because of the shutdown or if it's just how it happened to fall together with certain people, it's definitely incredibly special. The community and the community connections that have been built from this game, I will say.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you when I'm in the mood for some Skyrim playthrough, because at this point I've just realized I'm never going to beat it myself. I've started a new game probably 75 times, and I get to about the same place, and I end up putting it aside for a second, and then I forget where I'm at and restart all over again. But if I when I have the Jones and for some Skyrim, I'll at least know which channel to go to see somebody else playing the game.
Excellent. Yeah. No, look, looking for, I hope whatever comes for you post Legends is fulfilling and enjoyable, because it is going to be tough to adjust to for all of us.
Yeah, but well, I mean, it's seasons. I think that's something I mentioned to a friend, and I was telling a friend of mine even back in college even that friendship or friends can be seasonal to a degree, that there are certain things that enter our life, certain things, whether it's a game or a book, a movie, something that enters our lives at a certain time, people who enter our lives for a season, for a certain time to, whether it's again, reestablishing our faith in relationships that you can have on the internet, or, a creative outlet that you didn't know you had, or that you didn't know you needed. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's there. It's supposed to be there for your entire life, that it's there to kind of fulfill a purpose, while it's there, and you make the most of it. But then it's okay to say, okay, that was great for that time, but I don't need to hold on to it and cling to it, because there's going to be something else. The next season of my life, it may not be what I need. It may not be needed for the next season of my life. So I think just having that, like, that's my mindset with it, is like, okay, it's been amazing. And I'm sure there are going to be still people that I continue to talk with even beyond like 10 years. Well, I don't know about 10 years, but long after the game is done, there's still going to be friendships and people that I still keep in contact with. And there may be a small community of people we still play certain games together, but it's okay ultimately that, we're kind of having to say goodbye to this part, because just like relationships in general, it was here for a season, it was here for a time, and there's going to be something else for us to look forward to whether it's collectively or just as individuals, there's somewhere else to go, beyond this. And I think keeping that in mind as we grieve and mourn for what we had, holding on to it or trying to hold on to the quote unquote magic of it or what it gave us is actually going to be detrimental moving forward.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that 100%. I think you can cherish what we have and what we had without you relying on it or using it as a crutch or spending your whole time going, man, I wish Legends was still a thing, because at some point you just have to move on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And that day is drawing closer and closer, but still, we persevere.
We persevere. We'll get there. Well,
Alrighty, my friend. Well,
yeah. No, it's been an absolute pleasure talking with you.
You as well. It's very great to know you. I never thought this was going to happen based on just going, oh, I don't know who this guy is. Everybody's like, oh, how do you not know who this guy is? Like he's a legend. And I think that was actually one of the words when Vincenzo or somebody used that. It's, obviously they use it with a little hyperbole, but it is, he's like, man, the man's a legend. But it's been great to hear. And just thank you for giving me a chance to talk to you and to talk about Legends. It's really been a great.
No, absolutely. The thing is, like, this is something that I wanted to do at some point anyway. Try and get a series of interviews with other people, but it got pulled forward a little bit. But I think it does add an extra layer to it, that we're sort of talking about this with the knowledge that we're not going to be talking about it with many people for much longer. So, yeah. No, look, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for coming on.
Absolutely.
It's great chatting with you, and I'm sure we'll run into each other again at some point in the near future.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. Well, if nothing else, Friday night, we got to see some more shenanigans.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I'll do my best. You may not see another Alduin conscription for a few weeks, though. I think I need to take a break from that one.
No, I strongly suggest you do that. That is a brutal, evil deck, uniquely in that regard. So yeah, distance yourself.
Yeah. No, I will. Alrighty, man.
All right.
Have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
All right. Peace out.